Welcome to episode 4 of this, whatever this really is. It's a Stationeers, it's awesome, so tell everybody and buy it yourself already, or else. Series. It is a teaching series, it is a playthrough, it is just me having fun with Stationeers and a microphone, I guess. So, why do I play beta all the time? Because it's very playable, and I always get the newest stuff. For example, look here, we have a longer line length here in the editor. And the editor is much more wide. Isn't that fun? Yes, it is. Or, just released a few minutes ago, here the phase change diagram now has labels: solid, liquid, gas. I mean, we pros, we know of course what that is, but you know, always from the hardest diagonally to the softest is the rule of thumb to understand what this is. But now it's labeled. That's more convenient. And also we have this crosshair. I mean, some people have problems with the concept of phase change. Of course, phase change can get in the way anyway, even if you understand it. But I mean, the problem is first understanding really what's up, and everybody knows that water boils at 100 degrees and freezes at 0 degrees. But that depends on the pressure. By the way, this diagram is somehow not precise, the graphics themselves. I believe that the simulation actually uses the values that are written up here, where the mouse is. So 100 degrees at 100 kilopascals, but here if I go to 100 degrees it will be less kilopascals. So I don't know why that is. Possibly some Unity engine graphics user interface shenanigans. I mean, Dean Hall, you know, the CEO of Rocketworks, keeps cursing the Unity GUI concept and all the problems that it introduced that they still have to overcome retroactively, basically. Anyway, so everybody knows it freezes at 0 and boils at 100. But if the pressure is higher, and what does pressure mean? Dude, you know what pressure means, okay? I don't have to explain that. When you open your Coca-Cola bottle, it makes because there's pressure in there, and then it reduces the pressure, and then it's, well, then it's sea level pressure, basically, because that's kind of the pressure that we have almost everywhere. Anyway, so if the pressure is higher, then you need to make the water a bit hotter so that it actually evaporates, that it actually boils. And if the pressure is much lower, that is, I believe, even the truth in reality. I don't know if this is just here in the game. See, there's such a thing as the Armstrong limit, and I believe that's... but I'm not sure if this is also in physics, in reality, sorry. But in the game here, if the pressure is very low, then it will just stay gas. No problem. So, see, gas, water, thanks to the crosshair, it is now easier to understand for beginners of this concept. The horizontal line is what you all know for sea level pressure. And this horizontal line is just different when the pressure is higher. You know, the point when it boils is a different point. Here's also some more information up here. Then we have something else, some new things. The fabricators, autolathe and so forth, they now have a stack. You can now write some data into them with IC10, with programming, and so you can possibly put some data in there that you can later retrieve in case you wanted to do something complex with them and wanted to remember some data, but you can actually program them now. You can say do 10 steel sheets and after that do 5 this and this and so forth. You can also say whether such a recipe should block or not. As in, can the recipe be done or not? If it, I mean, you can do it like, if it can't be done, then just wait until it can be done and then do it. Or you can just say, okay, then ignore it, move on to the next one. That's what you can do, and the IC10 can give these information, these commands to the manufacturer. So the manufacturer executes the commands, and the IC10 would be the thing that puts them in here. And it's a bit complicated, but yeah, you know, if you're a seasoned programmer, then understanding the concepts, of course, is at least simple. But I'm not going to go into that now. Just, it's interesting. The most interesting thing that I really would like to try at some point in this video is you can say eject all agents. This means that the lever will open, and then once all reagents are out there, outside, it will flip the lever back. but you can even say react a certain reagent. So imagine we have a locker with 10 or so chips, all of which are labeled and spray painted, and then I say, dude, I want all the gold. Then I stick the chip in, and all the manufacturers start spitting out their gold, and only the gold. Wouldn't that be cool? I mean, we always have that problem, at least in the beginning, meaning that that wouldn't be too helpful right now, but it would be a nice thing to do and to find out. So what else would I like to do with the sign that I made with the auto lathe? Some night light. I wanted to change the time scale because I find that the days way too quick. This is annoying. I hate all these gamified timings. In Fallout 4 you could use the console to change the speed of the world simulation, and you know these radiation storms that are there for a minute or two. If you slow down the simulation considerably so that everything feels a bit more realistic, then those storms are also longer, and that's cool, man. Then you are in this locked away in this different reality for a longer time that you have to cope with, and that is dangerous. It's cool. Anyway, slower simulation. It would be nice if games would actually do that, or at least allow that. Stationeers actually has that, but it doesn't work right now. Where is it? Where is it? Did they remove that? Oh. I think they removed it. Okay, not a problem, I don't care. I hope, though, that eventually they put it in again when they have decided how that's exactly going to work, because I definitely want to be able to turn that down to a slower scale. But, and so forth. Then, stacker buttons. I had an idea there. See, See, when I just prepared this video a few minutes ago, haha, we did that in episode 3, you know. That's the dude. I tossed in some silicon here, a large stack, because I wanted to join it with some other silicon I had, and then it started spitting out all the scrap, and then I'm like, oh, right. It is set to this value, and then I started clicking and clicking and clicking, and then I thought, yeah, well, you have to use the labeler to make that conveniently, but how about I put 2 buttons on the floor? One triggers this thing to 500, the other one triggers it to like 30 whatever for smaller things, and I'd like to do that. So let's print some things so we can get going. First a light, and then a switch. 2 of them actually. Oh, we need gold. No! Yeah, I wasn't prepared for the automatic turning on, you know. Wait, this is... was I fast enough? Peculiar. Where will I put this little nightlight thingy? Let's put it here. So that should be a light that doesn't consume too much electricity, that calls for the LED. Let's look at the lights. Long wide is one of those, and is made with the kit lights. So what lights do exist? We have the wall light, that's the standard one. 50 watts. And the long light, long wide that I always use, 50 watts. So it's basically just a style issue. And this dude doesn't produce more light, but it is depicted here on screen just with a pure white shader, that feels as if it's more bright. So I use those. That's why I use them. The battery light actually has a battery buffer, and now they have finally fixed all those bugs where a cable that would be cut and so forth. Let's ignore that. This thing should be working 100% correctly now. You can stick in a battery, and that will it's behaved basically like the area power controller that we have in our airlock. See, the battery will be charged and the light will be on, and if the power is off, then the light will still be on, but it will suck from the battery. So this also gives you a convenient battery charger in all places if you have some kind of underground tunnel where there will be the emergency lights. And well, speaking of battery, there's also the nuclear battery, which here we have 2.3 megawatts, or let's say 2,304 kilowatts. 2,304 kilowatts, and here we have 288 kilowatts, so that's almost 10 times what one large battery can hold, which is about 8 times. This is calculated. This is exactly 8 times what a small battery can hold, and this might actually be exactly 8 times. Yeah, who knows? It's a lot, and I like to make that thing. But we need for that Inconel and Astraloy. And what is that? Well, that's an ingot of the special kind, and it needs gold, steel, and nickel. Okay, you actually need steel as an ingredient, which is itself already an alloy. But on top of that, you need the advanced furnace. Where will we get that, dude? Oh, we can make one. With I'm not sure. Advanced furnace. Needs copper, steel, electrum. We have lots of copper, so be a bit lavish with that. Good. I could use just 2 of these sensors. One on the left, one on the right. Depending on where I stand, that's the amount I want. That's even cooler than a button, man. Let's do that. Sensor. And then we needed electrum, I believe. 25 grams. Okay, we need to make more of that stuff then. Power transmitter? No. Advanced furnace. Steel. Aha, that could even be placed there. That's a bit iffy what I'm trying to do here, but I'm trying to do it anyway. So let's see what happens. Aha. Merging. In other words, there is a cable there, that's what I wanted to know. And then I would probably interrupt the production process. Nope, I won't. Okay, nice. Yeah, these things a bit annoying when they when you want to put the sheet in of the floor, then that might actually bury some of them, and then you don't get them back until you unbury them. So we can hide some treasures or some tools under the floorboards, including the crowbar, and then oops. Okay, let's start with the light then. Or wait a second until this dude is done, because that might interrupt the process. Is this still doing advanced furnace? Yeah, let's go to a different thing. I only need 1 of those. The light should have a name. I will just call that night light. And that is LED, or what's its name? Structure diode. And behold, pressing escape, undo. It did not accidentally close the editor. They apparently fixed that also without mentioning it though. While we're at it, let's pause and see what's in the forums. I mean, you're not reading those maybe, but I do. So what did they say? So they added a crosshair and metastate labels and freezing temperatures to the phase change diagram. Fixed credit card spawning with 0 credits. I guess that was only a beta issue, so you don't know that anyway. You know, when I said, yeah, you can place the active vent right next to the thing, even though doesn't actually work, it's yellow, so you can't add it there. They fixed that yesterday. So if I place that thing, I mean, it was a long-standing error. But when I place this down now, it's just green. So this tells me, aha, this is not supposed to be. They fixed that, finally. I tested that. They fixed some tooltip bugs, where there would be suddenly a tooltip that doesn't belong for whatever reason. And then they worked on these additional new suits again, which we can't play yet, but I'm so looking forward to seeing those. Like I described in the previous video, see, one of the most important things, I believe, when it comes to the self-experience in such a 3D first-person game is you. You, of course. I mean, this whole thing that surrounds you is important, but the more important thing is you yourself. So these simulated values that exist, that's a good thing. And if the spacesuit is basically an extension of yourself. It is as close to you as it can get in such a game. And those will now get an overhaul. They will become more interesting. You will have to put in more parts. You will have to can configure your own AC concept depending on what gases you use and such. Maybe this stupid 4 megapascals limit will finally fall away. There will also be a feature where a suit can tell the game basically how fast you can move. With that I'm saying, if a suit is being implemented in the game, then by you wearing that suit, the game can then derive how fast you can move. So a heavy suit might slow you down a bit, for example. And what I also heard a few days ago again, but this time with as clear as day, they do want to add nuclear power at some point, and I'm really looking forward to that one. There's already uranium in the game, and well, they also said they would like to, but it's not sure when or if that will happen, but they would really like to also add terraforming things, which in my opinion is not so hard to do, except, I mean, see, the atmosphere out there has a certain composition. Not every world block out there is simulated, only world blocks that matter. So if I just walk out there to a generic block, nothing will happen. But the moment I start farting around, changing it by digging or by opening my waste tank, then that will change, and then it will be simulated for some bit, and then it will go away. Anyway, but this standard block type, or standard block situation, what gas is there, what temperature is there, that could change slowly over time. That doesn't seem too hard to do. However, people have already modded in worlds. This game is very moddable, you know. You don't actually need binary modding for that. Just some XML files is usually enough. Modded worlds in here where there would be, for example, pollutant, which is very eager to condense to liquid, and then they had constant, insanely extreme calculations all over the place in the simulation going on, and that would be something that would have to be considered when they would implement something like terraforming, that the simulation doesn't go crazy if the circumstances of the gas mixture and phase change are too extreme. But anyway, terraforming, I think if that comes, that would be the ideal candidate for nuclear power, because, I mean, think about Aliens, think about the second Alien film called Aliens. That, I mean, the huge terraforming pyramid reactor monstrosity that they have there. I mean, yeah, what kind of machines would you need to change the atmosphere of a planet? A big one? Yeah, nuclear power, dude. That's and I had another idea. I hope that they do that. I don't know if they saw it, but maybe they come up with that themselves. How about nuclear transmutation? What if you could turn lead into gold, for example? Since gold is hard to find, so you just find some lead, stuff it in, have your machine there, blah blah blah. You need lots of energy for that. Nuclear power. You know, or maybe it can be some kind of fusion power even, so you can use the fusion chamber for fermion transformation, or for nuclear fusion and whatever. I mean, all of that sounds very exciting. And dude, so please help spread the word. Every bit of money that flows into this game, and for the last few weeks there has actually been slightly more income. Actually, I told you last time or the time before, they have spent almost 300,000 New Zealand dollars on the tutorials, right? Did I say that? And 1 New Zealand dollar is about 60 cents US dollar. Today or yesterday I found out I was wrong. What they have spent so far is about almost 500,000 US dollars on tutorials and other measures to help new players into the game. So, dude, that's the reason why they're currently not doing that, because they have to do that again and again and change it all over the place again and again the more this game changes. And they want to keep building, want to keep expanding it. This game, support them, man. Don't go support them. This game is different from the other crap out there. This really deserves support. This is at the forefront of game evolution. This will change gaming as we know it. As back then Doom had the simplest physics engine, then Half-Life came along with something more complex. Since then it's rather normal, and I mean, look here, this is no, it's completely normal that an engine like Unity brings with it some physics engine that programmers can then utilize. It's completely normal for us now. Yeah, in this way, atmospherics will become normal. They will become normal. They will be in many games. And this game is the prototype that shows everybody how fucking awesome that can be and how that can actually play out. I mean, the game is smooth. Look at that. 4K, 60 frames, and I'm recording this shit. I mean, I have a beefy machine, but still. So, where was I before I was so rudely interrupted by myself? I wanted to say this goes away. Let's put that in the to-do list. And these two dudes are actually not needed anymore. Man, I love this game to bits. Absolutely. And I love the developers. I love Dean Hall. I love the Rocketworks team. They are the kings of programming, man. I mean, the amount of bugs that they fix in stride, the amount of features is insane. But okay, let's return to the game. So we have this new light, which is called Nightlight, and is structured diode. I think we don't have that in here yet. Do we have the lights though? Structure grow light. Didn't I have the white long lights? Or was that a hash down here? Structure beacon. Ah, yeah, here we go. That's okay, whatever. Then let's do that near the structure grow light. It doesn't matter where it is, but I mean, keeping things orderly. Hey, this looks kind of like that, so the other things nearby, that's a good concept, you know? Define class LED lit hash structure diode. Define ins LED night hash. So when I flip the airlock, furnace, wind speed, grow light, auto lights, here we go. This will be, this is the inner structure light long white. Here we invert the bit and then apply it to the beacon, and that's the same thing I want to do here. Right to this thing. Right, that's the instance. It shall be on R0. And what color shall it have? I will not set the color, just default. And then I had another thought. What if I turn on the lights, so we can see now what that's like? Oh right, I didn't yet connect that because I feared it might interrupt the production process of the long ass. Yeah, here we go. So now we have a night light that is inverted from these ones, and now my light is off. So where do we need that daylight? That the most? Here? Well, yeah, here for the locker, that would help. Here. Not so much. Here then? No, also not. How about here? No, also not, but here. So I have now defined two lights that I would rather have on even during the day. So what I'm currently saying is I could now change the logic here that the lights not just turn on and off depending on whether I'm inside, but also that when it's day, the lights will all be off except for some essential lights that I deem special and important. This is not hard to do, so let's do it. I mean, the only thing really that's standing between you and your success is the couch and how comfortable it is. Get off your ass, do something. So, I will group these lights now into groups. A will stay on. B won't stay on. A, B, B, to B, or not to B. That is your question. So, I mean, I wish for the best. Now that we have done this, I have to change the source, obviously, somewhat. First of all, let's take a look at the daylight sensor here. Grid sunlight falls. Currently there is no light falling in on this thing from the sun. I will just use that as the indicator of whether we need all the lights. So, first we need to take this dude. This is something I recommend to all programmers. When you are thinking currently about your code, just type some, for example, 3 dots in the code, or when you are programming right now and the phone rings, put 3 dots in there right away, or something like it. I mean, but it's a good way to do this because it's expressive. Well, continue here, and the compiler will say, dude, I don't understand that. What does that mean? So in case you want to run that, it will tell you, what is this? And you're like, oh, right, I need to continue there. So that's a good thing to do. So that's the nightlight. Then we can also do this. Define class lit. Huh. Right, that's not the best place. What light is that? Okay, I don't have a better name for this. Let's call it this then. And I want to have 2 groups of these. Ons-ins, longlit A, hash A, unfathomably, and I could basically put that in the code down there also, but I think it's cleaner to just keep it up here. This also gives me an overview of what's in there. So, now we have the daylight sensor somewhere here. Daylight sensor. Battery level, cooling, auto lights, here we go. No, auto lights, not yet. Grow light. The grow light needs the sense day. Sadly, we cannot yet search in here for texts. I will just copy this quickly into an external editor, Notepad++, and look for the day sense. Sense day, I mean. Grow light. Aha, that's the only place where I have to use that yet, because I wanted to avoid redundancies. There wouldn't have been a problem, but still. Okay, we don't have that much space. Well then, let's make it fugly. I mean, it's better, of course, to split that up. This chip has lots of topics already, and then I would do that certainly with an external editor, you know, because it's insane to do that in here. But I have an idea just now. Aha, sometimes inspiration strikes. These are the vents, these are the gas sensors, this is the arc furnace, the battery, then we have the diode slide. This way I can simulate, I have empty lines that separate these. This should help me read them. Class door, outer, grow light, long light, daylight sensor, logic mirror, belongs to the LEDs. Cable analyzer. Ah, that's still the wind thing. Okay. Box. While we're at it, stacker 1, stacker 2. I did not export that to the chip, which means that that didn't have any disturbing effects yet. So there should be some red stuff here. Okay. I will set that to a distance 1. And to the second one also. Oh, right. And then depending on which one this is, I want to set the stacker. So here we load from the first sensor whether it should be activated, and from the second one also. I will now check whether this one is firing and whether the other is firing separately, and the combination of them. So I will not just go and OR these together and then decide if the together ORed value of this is true, this thing shall be on. But I also want to change this. Oops, that was the chair, not my whatever. But I also want to set the stacker, and I just thought if the first one is on, go to 500. If the second one is on, go to 20, and if both are on, maybe go to 100. No. And so since I already will have this high distinction, I would use that also then for whether it's activated. So we want to say whether it shall be activated. Load from the first one into R0. Load from the second one into R1. Or you know what? Let's just do this. Stacker 1, R1. Stacker 2, R2. D2. And so BGT0 and branch relative. If R1, the first proxy, which is on the right side, if that is greater than 0, then I want to actually no, it's not greater than 0, it's equal to 0. Then I want to jump by 2 lines, else I will write into register R0 the value 20 for really mega times. That's not right. I want to find out. Yeah, it's tricky, particularly since I have only a few lines left. And I'm doing this other thing up here also at the same time. Not the wisest approach. I would have to externalize some stuff to a different... You know what? This is a bit stupid this way. I will just pause the recording for a moment and split things up. Okay, let's move on then. What did I do? Oh my god, what did I do? Well... Here, now we have 2, and I spray painted them. Blue as in electric, and white as in, I don't know, I wanted blue for cooling and such, but that was obviously not applicable, so I said, this is, where's the name? Atmospherics and miscellaneous, because there's still so much space, so I will put more stuff in there. And this one is for electrics. I will go into the source code soon. I have now theoretically done it the way that the moment the sun shines actually on this dude, all lights will turn off, except this one and the one back there. Behold, I don't have my flashlight on. That is a new thing. I mean, not for us now, but I mean, many people have for the... Oh. Okay, maybe I should just shut up and we enjoy the show. Now let's go here. Stacker turns on, 500. Stacker is on, 20. 100. Powered up. So let's look at the source code. Battery level, auto lights. First the auto lights. So first I load the inner door. Is the inner door open? If so, then the lights shall be on. Wait, what am I doing? Yes, I'm turning all lights of type A on. You know, A was the one here back at the locker where I always wanted to have light, even during the day, because otherwise I would need the flashlight. And then I'm loading from the daylight sensor whether it is activated. And then if it is not activated, so if it's equal to 0, then I just move on. In other words, if no light is falling onto the daylight sensor, then R0, which tells the light to be on, will still be well, on down here, where I say the other lights shall be turned on or off. So even the secondary, not so important lights would then just also be on. But the moment it is not equal to 0, so the moment the daylight sensor has triggered, it will not skip down here, it will do this and will just write a 0 into this value. And yeah, that solves that problem. And then instead of flipping the bit down here, which was just killed here because of that, I saw that introduced a bug, I just went out and said, you know, I will just ask the outer door. If the outer door is open, then the beacon shall be on. This even saves us a wee bit of battery, because the beacon is not needed while I'm in the airlock. I know it's hilarious, but okay, let's move on. No, really ridiculous, that's the term. So the stacker stuff. First, I set both stackers to a radius of 1. I tried 1.5, doesn't fly, it will just be 1 then. 2 would be too extensive, so I could try to place them further away, but what we have currently kind of works. I haven't tried that in practice yet. Then we have, then I'm loading from both stacker sensors from the proxies, whether they're activated. Is 1 activated? Is 2 activated? Then I add both of them together into R0, which is still free. And if this R0 has a value of 2, then obviously both are activated. And then I'm doing something wasteful because I'm writing a value multiple times, but I mean, who cares? It's just a variable that I'm overwriting, and I'm not even writing into the device. And that might also be irrelevant, though that is a bit dirty then, really. But anyway, so I'm not doing that. So I'm saying, is R0 not triggered? Then jump here. R1, I mean, is R1 not triggered? The first stacker sensor, which is on the right, then just jump here. Otherwise, assume the value 20. Stack up to 20, you know? Then I'm checking the second one. Is the second one not triggered? Then skip this. Else, set the value to 500 instead of 20. And then here, I'm checking if R0 is less than 2. If so, then we just skip down here. But if not, then both are triggered, and then I set the value to 100. And then I'm just saying, turn that thing on. Oh, right. One thing, I set this value then to the stacker, obviously, but I also turn the stacker on, and that thing needs to be on when one or both of these dudes are triggered. Now, behold, I just discovered a bug that I already posted in the forum. Listen. It's playing its startup sound all the time. And the reason is, plain simply, that the on value is not 1, but 2. But that shouldn't have influence, that shouldn't have that effect, so that's a bug. That's why I couldn't just write the value of R0, you know, the sum of both of these sensors, as the on value. I couldn't do that, because that would have had the same effect when I'm standing in the middle. See, I'm standing here. All is well. All is well. Now it's 2, nothing's well. Sounds quite unwell, right? Well, so I just go here and say, if R0, the sum of both of them, if it's greater than 0, that shall be then the logic value 1, which I write into this thing. So if this thing is 2, it becomes 1. If it is 1, then it becomes 1. If it is 0, then it will stay 0. Yep. That was the simple solution that fixed the problem. Well, which means we could do this now, right? Well, this is now a bit awkward. Yeah, it's kind of like in real life, huh? The computers are meant to take away some work that we would otherwise have to do, but instead they teach us to dance. Isn't that? I mean, it sucks. But that's because humans are too stupid to implement proper software. And then... export, thank you very much. Okay. So that was just an example of how that could work. What else do we have on the agenda? We have had the nightlight. Remove. Oh, no, don't do that. Actually, I will not remove it, I will mark it as done. Stacker buttons. Effectively done. So I can later reminisce. Dude, what did we all achieve? How awesome are we? Are we not? Then the new manufacturer eject feature is more complicated. Some phase change shenanigans maybe it would be fun to do. Timescale, plans. Well, let's tackle some different topic then. How late is it? The sun is already going down, right, isn't it? Solar angle 85, solar angle 86, so I see, the sun is going down, 180 is midnight, 0 is noon, and 90 is dawn or dusk when the sensor is on the ground. If it's on the ceiling, then that's inverted. So I would... oh man, the wind is really low right now. I would like the day duration to be longer. So let's look at that stuff. Let's look at the console. We cannot save that with the save game. This is something that I would have to implement basically manually, as an, you know, would have to write this in here. So let's go help. Then we have the orbit stuff, and we can give the orbit some... oh, interesting. I can see the world through this thing. Ah, now I can see the mouse. Nice, that was the idea. So orbit, 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 orbit. Here we can say orbit timescale. You can here also see what the current orbit timescale is, but because I just entered orbit. Timescale is 0.3. So, for example, if I say, you can see here the shadow of the moon moving. Let's pause the game. Orbit timescale 0.9, which is 3 times that. Okay, maybe that was not clear enough. Let's make it 30 times that then. See, now the knight is moving. Moving its stupid ass out of the way. Which is of course cheating. But you know, the new situation that I want to establish, I want to start in the morning to, like, not suffer it, but benefit from it. And then I will keep it though. And here comes the sun. Turning off our lights very soon. So the original timescale was 0.3. If I go to 0.1, which is 1/3 of that, then this means I will have 3 times the amount of daytime and 3 times the amount of nighttime. Let's do that. So the sun is now moving much more slowly, and so we are closer to some kind of realism. It will not be so hasty all the time, because, I mean, seriously, the days are so fucking short. They are so fucking short, even that I say no. 1 times 3, that's redonkulous. Times 30 would be too much. How about times 10? 10 times the amount of day, 10 times the amount of night. 10 times seems a bit excessive. Let's make half of that. That should then be 5 times, right? I mean, it seems logical, but I will consult my calculator. What is 0.06 divided by 0.3? 0.2, and 0.2 is 1/5. Maybe I should have divided 0.3 by 0.06, which is 5. Yeah, so indeed, logical. But now we have 5 times the amount of day and night duration. There's a little problem there, though. The plant light that we have here reacts to the sun's angle. And also, currently, it is working together with the sun. plant cartridge analyzer. Oh, there's nothing in there. So here you can see the current light is 120, I think. Light intensity 84. So a little bit from the sun and a little bit from the grow light. How much from the grow light? Good question. Let's see. 4%. Yeah, okay. Indeed, the sun is contributing basically nothing, which is interesting. I mean, if it's so low, I mean, I was thinking maybe I should now like put the plants in a place where they don't get any light whatsoever, except for the light from the plant light here. See, that would make sense. That would make sense. But since the sun is so weak, only 4%, man, maybe we will not have any light problems anyway. Though once we have, that would be very hard to quantify what the reason is. But if we get that, then I can just say, okay, move that shit into a dark room where it can grow on its own. But the real question is, how do we time the light? And I have no clue yet. I have no clue yet. So we have that problem now that the plants will die because the light is there too long. We have already 3 potato seeds and 3 fern seeds, if I remember correctly. 3 and 3. Okay, so we can just work with the stuff that we have here on location, any which way we so like. A 1, a 2. Where did I put this? Right here, right under my face. Yeah. Silver cobalt. We need some phenoxytone to make the pill. So I will put that there. Here, this is a completely fresh baked potato, 13 hours. And this one, 12 hours. Yeah, not much happened between the previous and this video. Oh, now it's gone. Oh, one potato is gone. But see, now we're living off of this stuff. I mean, this is Europa on easy mode, so, I mean, what do you expect? Yeah, can we see that? Difficulty. Easy. A more relaxed game with lower oxygen. Too bad I can't get a list of the difficulties. That would be nice. Or can I? Help? I'm not sure, actually. Help. The difficulty here. Oh, okay, sadly we cannot get those, but I created three additional difficulties, which I rarely use nowadays. One is just Stationeer difficulty, because that's the one I want to play on, but much less water and food consumption. And then there is another one which has even less water and food consumption, and on top of that also less oxygen consumption. And both of these I haven't used in a long time, because I want to get used to this mood stuff, you know. I have to have the right food, this will have better mood and then hygiene and so forth, and then this will hold for longer and will be less annoying, and I want to play that, yeah. And if I eventually find out that it's still too bad, then I will keep complaining in the forum until they change something, ha ha ha, no. And maybe use my own difficulty. Anyway, the third difficulty is one that is called no consumption. So I use that, for example, to set up my Mars ex nihilo playthrough, where I start next to a lander and I talk, hey, this is Mars and we're mankind, I want to settle it. And then the lander explodes and I'm like, what? Even though I had moved suspiciously far away from it while talking. And then I deal with a few things that I have in my inventory, which I took out before, but they are not spawned in or whatever, it's just the stuff that was in the lander. Yeah, and so that I could set this up without wasting all the oxygen and so forth, I set everything to no consumption. Problem is, the battery was being consumed, and so I had to go into the world file and edit the battery's charge level back to what it was. So where are we now? And of course, I don't want to do that. I want to play for real. I want this to be real, motherfucking real. Within reason, but realer. The planets, for example, the moons, are now moving more slowly. Can we see that? We can still see them move, but that's reasonable, I think. It's not so hasty. It's not like, we have 20 minutes to demonstrate all the features that this game has. Dude, no. Give me the reality. The demonstration is for the trailer, man. I'm actually making a trailer right now, my first one. 2/3 done. I'm looking forward to it. Of this game. Where was I before I went into talking too much? Yes, the plant problem. So how can I solve the problem? How can I time this thing? I had a wicked idea at some point. I could maybe have some atmospherics assembly here where a canister would be filled, but then the canister would slowly release its pressure into an adjacent blah blah blah, and then I would measure that, and when a certain level had been reached, then this would mean for me, okay, the time has passed. Now we switch over, pump this back again, and start the scent clock, the hourglass again. That's one way to do it, right? I can, of course, just run a timer. I can just say my chip sleep for this and this many seconds, and when you have done that, then... But there's a downside to that. If I load up the game, I don't know if those values will be properly restored. I think so, but I'm not sure. Also, if I'm programming and putting the chip in again, what will happen? Will possibly this value then be lost? Or rather, when I say sleep for 30 seconds and then at 15 seconds I put the chip in again, well, then it will start over, so the timer will be fucked. I think it should rather be something that is in the world. I don't know how, I don't know what, but that is something that we need to come up with now. Oh, right. This shows that this thing is still working, despite me splitting the chips. So, which processes take time? Which thing could we measure? Something that is reliable. The wind is changing. The sun is no longer moving in conjunction with the plant's minutely needs. Let's see. Potato. So you can see light per day and darkness per day. 5 minutes 0 seconds and 3 minutes 20 seconds. That's quite lenient, right? I mean, I can leave the light on for longer, or I can leave the darkness on for longer. Doesn't matter. Only thing that's required is that this is fulfilled at least, and that is fulfilled at least. Else the light stress the illumination stress will go up. You know, illumination stress goes up for this being violated or for that being violated. Illumination stress does not mean there has been too much light or too little light. That's not what that means. It means either or both. Now, per day is a bit misleading. The game thinks in 20-minute days. So these 5 minutes, what does it? I mean, when it comes to this? Well, let's just say this. I'm pretty sure that the illumination stress of the plants will go up because this thing will just be on for too long. And we can use the potatoes as example. I mean, then there will be a night, and during the night it will be dark for a long fucking time, and during the day it will be bright for a long fucking time. But I assume that there will be damage because it will just be on for too long. And so, but even if not, we can just come up with a solution for that, even though we might not need it. But I think we will need it. 1-10-1, and then we can make the pill. If I turn this thing on now, we will lose the ingredients and nothing will be produced. So, what processes take a long time? What could we say? For example, we could have a battery. We could have a battery that is under load. The small battery will be discharged by a process. For example, we could use a 1000-watt heater and just, you know, heat to the outside, to the planet. That will probably change its climate. And then the battery will be discharged soon, and then we know the time has passed, and then we draw our conclusions. That is one way to do it. And just so that we can see whether this works, I don't know if that's the right idea. We can also use some atmospherics thing with a canister that is pumped over from one side to the other with a slow pump and so forth. But let's use this, which seems rather straightforward. Where's the wall heater? Is it electronics or is it atmospherics? Damn. Here. one thing to consider, we are currently consuming 460 watts. The weak cables here in this, not in this, but in this cable network over here have 5 kilowatts maximum use. So if I use more than 5 kilowatts, then some of these cables will burst. That will just happen. Now there's a way to avoid that. 2 ways actually. One is a fuse. I can make a fuse and then I can slap it on the cable here, or on which cable ever, on the right cable, and I can use the scroll wheel to select which cable that shall be, which fuse that shall be, 5 kilowatts or 25 kilowatts or 50 kilowatts, something like that. And then if there is burnout, then that place will burn out, period. Which seems like a convenient way to do it. The alternative is that I put down a transformer. And I can set the maximum amount of stuff that energy that goes out the transformer, which I will set to 5 kilowatts. And so if there will be more consumption here, then I will get brownouts, but I will not get burnouts. You know, the cables will not burn. So that's something to keep in mind. So we don't need to do that now, but at some point we will have to do it, and I'd rather be prepared. This isn't special circumstances. I will turn this on. This is a different cable network that comes from these dudes. And yeah, these cables here, where do they go? Maybe I should change some cabling here. That's a bit annoying, isn't it? The sound as much as the fact that I have to invoke it. So this is where the power comes out, and then it goes up here, and then I'm using this dude, which is not necessary really. And then there's the logic mirror, and this is where the cable network ends. This guy I could just put on this cable network, right? But if it is in this very location, the physical location here, and I can't turn it upside down, the numbers would be upside down as opposed to here, the console I can turn any which way I want, it will always have the right orientation. And for those who don't know, I can turn this off, the airlock will work anyway, so I save 50 watts. But this thing being in this position, having to be in this position means that there would be a cable here, and here there would... Oh! What am I saying? Yeah, that's the thing. Here I have my logic cables, and the power cables have to not touch these, so I have to lead them away or something. Can I do something about this? I don't think so. This would then cross with them? No. So I would have to lead that further here. Which I'm doing already, and then I would lead it down. But then this would cross with this guy, so we need no. This guy has to be on this in this logic mirror configuration. It's a bit stupid, but whatever. I mean, fire and forget. Do we have some heavy cables? 32. Okay, we can do the thing. Doing this all at once is not the wisest move, but, you know, wisdom, who needs it? If mankind has taught me one thing, then it's that you don't need wisdom to get a planet full of 8 billion people. Ah, okay, that has been re-established. Not yet getting new data. Whoops, that was wrong. I mean, considering what you can do here, the interface is super convenient, man. Okay, this one is outputting, this one is outputting, this one is outputting, but it's not yet connected. Okay, all the power output is now back in business. This should theoretically all work. What's coming in? It sounds like we have some... Why is this orange? Right, there was a problem that I haven't yet fixed. I won't go into this now. There's some stupid programming error or whatever. I don't know. 800 watts coming in. So, now we have this cable network here, to which the heavy cable goes. Why not? And then we have the other cable network of the station, which kind of starts here. So it would make sense to just put the transformer here, splicing from that cable into the transformer and then feeding into the station cable network here. So I will do that. Some more cleanup. Let there be darkness. Interesting that it's still day, right? I mean, by now we should have had at least like 2 more nights or whatever. It's nice that this takes long. It's more realistic, feels better. Always with a Minecraft hectic. Okay, how do we proceed? So I can put a transformer small here, or medium one. For the medium one I need, I believe, 3 of these. I can look this up in Stationeers, of course. And the small one, though, is the only thing I need here. I would like to do this in a way that is not getting in the way. Well, how about... Oh no, that doesn't work because of the airlock doors, but this should work. So turn it on, set it to 5000 watts. Connect the dude. And shazam, cooling the station down, everything's running again, getting the value, batteries are charging up, wind speed is nice. Alrighty. And now we can conveniently measure what's going on in here, because we have that space. 330 watts consumed in here, potential 5000 watts, or not. So even if I put up like 10 wall heaters here, which would be 10,000 watts, which would kill all the cables instantly, well, not all of them, no, nothing will happen. Only some brownouts, but, you know, and that's cool. So let's make some more cables, heavy ones. Wonder if I should put a stacker here. But a stacker takes quite some space. Because I can't just slap this on this dude, I would first have to have a chute. So let's say a chute that goes around the corner here. Then there would be the stacker here and would spit out everything in this direction onto the bottle filler, which is feasible. Let's make a stacker. Let's make a stacker. Let's make a stacker. Stacker, stacker, stacker. Stacker boo. Here we go again. La 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 la. So that's that direction, it's this direction. I have the wrong stack, I need the reversed one. the controls on this side. And then we'll spit that out here when it thinks so. Let's just make the maximum of whatever stack size, I don't care. 500 once more, alright. Did something fall to the ground? It didn't. I disagree with the music, so give me a chance to remedy this problem. Oh, that's nice. Let's do that. Now I need a chute. Don't have some extra chutes by now? I do not. They are big gray diagonal square in the locker, so. Corner chute. Up. And make cables. Now that's more convenient. So what about the plants? How hard are they currently dying? Moderately well. Okay, what might be the reason? All of them. What could possibly be the reason? Do you have any clue? Well, it's not the atmosphere. There's no atmosphere in there. Dark deficient. See, okay, orienting that by the sun, that doesn't fly. So we have illumination stress 92%. I don't know why they call it percent, since it can go up to 1,000 and more. But anyway, so we need to come up with a solution here. For now, I will just... Oh, I have a funny idea. I mean, this idea is really so ridiculously stupid. But no, that doesn't fly. I just wanted to say, currently we are using 110 degrees and less for that to be on. I think. Is this alright? Okay, now we have to take care. Electrics. Import. Sometimes this thing might flip over, but the source code would not change by that. And so then, yeah, chaos, not good. Grow light, 110, yeah. So I just wanted to say, how about we just set that to like 40 degrees? So only during the noontime, around the noontime, there would be light, otherwise there would be darkness. That may well be so, but if the problem is that the plants think in 20 minutes cycles, which is apparently the case, so light per day was actually light per 20 real-world minutes, and I have now expanded the day duration, which is also probably one of the reasons that Rocketworks doesn't have the slider in there anymore, or doesn't have a solution for that question yet, because how is it supposed to be dealt with? I mean, for example, if I would change the slider, that the slider says a day is now no longer 20 minutes long, but 2 hours long. Should this then mean that I also need 5 minutes per day for the plants and 3 minutes darkness per day? See, all these things have to be pondered and decided, and that's not so easy, and also it's hard to test. I mean, if you just go and say, okay, let's multiply that shit, why does that happen during the measurement that has already taken place and so forth? That is not so easy to do. So they haven't done this yet. So the assumption is that this is measured in 20-minute cycles. If I would now go and say, okay, then let's just do this only during noon, then they wouldn't get too much light. But they would not get enough light, because until the next day has arrived, that's 5 times that duration. 2 times 5 is 100 minutes. Our days and nights, I mean the combination of the two, 24 hours, are now 100 minutes long. Okay, 24 hours is stupid. This moon doesn't have a 24-hour cycle normally. But ignoring that, a whole day takes now not 20 minutes, but 100 minutes. So that solution doesn't fly. We have to come up with something else. For now, I will just do this, so that the plants can recover a bit. And how many do we have by now? Oh, that's funny. I have enough copper here. So let's say 100. Yep. Okay. And then a little bit of gold, maybe. Yeah, we don't have that much gold. 318 is. Let's do 20. 20 gold. Nice idea, I would say, and it works. Fucking works. I mean, it works so well. The word "fucking" is justified, like it is always anyway. So, let's flip this open. Bloop. Why is this thing on? I mean, this thing is off. Wouldn't it be cool if and so forth? We could do that, of course, also. This dude also consumes some watts, but not many. I think it's 10. Transformer small. Consumption 10 watts, yeah. So, when we get 5,000 watts out here, and definitely not more, because this thing protects us from that, on this end, we will have a load of 5,010 watts, is my understanding. So, how long does this dude take to discharge one of these dudes? That's the question. For that, we need yet another dude. But good thing we have one. Where's the dude? Dude! There's the dude. Where could I test this? Well, it basically doesn't matter because it's battery driven. I don't like this. This is annoying to me. So, I use the scroll wheel and use the other. And the only difference is that it's upside down. I don't know if this works. I've never done this. This is a new thing. How would I stop it? Well, I would just take my stupidly my smartphone and use a stopwatch. Man, I was actually sitting on the toilet a few minutes ago during the break with a photo of the source code and was thinking about it, even though I was not there long. Oh, 22 euros interest today. That's cool, I guess. Where is the stopwatchy thingy? Tools. Huh. Organization then. Oh yes, clock. Stopwatch. And then we turn this on. Not just discharging. Very good, very good, very good. And start the time. 99, 98, 90. Oh my god. This is a big battery. Wow. That is fucking fast. So extrapolation, we are now at 10% down, 15 seconds. So 150 seconds. 150 seconds is a bit more than 2 minutes. So could we build a clock that is based upon 2 of these dudes, which both have a heavy battery? One of them will be live and will be supplying this thing, while the other one recharges, and then we ping pong between the 2. But how fast can we recharge them?
Power low.
That's the question. I will keep this running until it's empty. What are the plants doing? They should be in the process of recovering. Illumination says 46%, should be 45 very soon, because currently there's no deficiency either way. 40 fuck. Okay. Anyway, it's going down. This is going down now. 47%, and we are at 1 minute 20 seconds. Let's flip that again. Yeah, okay. Simple, cheap, agreeable. Let's use that. Yeah, that's better. Sun not so hasty. But how will the plants cope? I don't know. 1 minute 50 seconds. So how fast though will that battery be charged? If I cannot recharge them in time, I might actually need 3 area power controllers to get my pendulum going, you know? My very slow pendulum. Okay. I'm here to stop this. 4%. As soon as that turns off, I tap the smartphone. Okay. 2 minutes, 26 seconds, 47, whatever that is. So, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Let's take a photo of that. Okay. Just in case. That's how long that takes. Let's look at the potatoes again. Or rather, how long does it take to discharge a small one? Maybe that conveniently is kind of equivalent to a minute or something. Right, we need the stopwatch once more. Reset. Oh, that's the screenshot. Reset. And in you go. 1%. Oh, that is slower. I'm pretty sure that is slower. So that ping pong idea doesn't quite fly. Oh. And here, when you place these dudes, I don't know why Rocketworks did this. Here you see 2 of 13, right? It's a kit. But always, and every time always, 2 is selected. Even though 1, which is just flat, like these walls here, makes more sense to use as the default. I don't know why they do this. I have no clue. Immediately complaining. Or should I use blue for this dude? Yeah, of course. This one's for water. And the plants, we go green. How about this then, the cooling system? It doesn't have any colors yet. Let's use blue once more. Wait, no, that's not the cooling system. That's the fridge. Though it will look cool when it's blue. So now it's blue. Oh yeah, and this. There's actually a spray paint gun, spray paint tool in the game. 48, very good. Which multiplies the amount of paint that you can get out of one of the spray can bottles by about 10. So I stopped the watch now. 2 minutes 27 seconds. Let's compare that to the discharge screenshot that I took. I screenshotted this also. Oh, that's congratulations. I just took a screenshot of it in the blink phase. So that is a circle without any content. Awesome. Delete. Aha, funny. 2 minutes 27 seconds was the discharge. 2 minutes 27 seconds. Okay, 26 is the discharge, 27 is the charge. And that might just be me not tapping correctly or whatever. I can't tap that, apparently. This takes double the time. Charging them takes double the time. But, I'm wondering, do I need this heavyweight dude? I don't, right? I mean, there's so many things that consume power. Why do I use 1000 watts that will also make the room warmer? There are different devices that consume electricity. For example, How about we use a 50 watts lamp? Let's use math. 1000 divided by 50 should be 20. It is. And then we would have to multiply. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So 120 is 2 minutes plus 27 is 147. That's the amount of seconds it took for the discharge. Now if we divide that, we multiply that by 20, we get 2000 whatever the fuck, and if I divide that by 60, we get 49 minutes exactly? What am I doing? Is this exact? That's weird that I get the exact value of 49 minutes out of that. Why 49? Times 20. 2 minutes times... Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. 49 minutes? That's too long. Well, I'm trying to simulate a day duration, but do I really have to do that? I mean, I have to simulate the bright condition and the dark condition. And I had already decided by using the 110 degrees that it should be slightly more light than dark. Man, this is not easy. I've never had this problem. But, I mean, there's different ways, there's different possibilities. For example, I mean, this is Stationeers, right? So, the hydroponics tray. I mean, this thing belongs in every greenhouse, and yeah, we need a greenhouse, let's make one. Where shall that be? Where shall this be? Where shall this be? A big, nice greenhouse that will produce oxygen for us. Not that we need it on this stupid world, but back here I had the idea of expanding this. Should the greenhouse be behind an airlock here? Maybe, or maybe not to be. That's the question. So another thing about my day duration hack, obviously the storms, they relate to how often the sun rotates here, or rather how often we have noon and nighttime and such. So currently we will have much fewer storms. In other words, if we would have some large wind turbines and some huge battery banks here to lift from storm to storm, that would no longer really work. So my kind of the situation changed significantly. It's not just my experience here. Anyway, the tray. Let's look at the hydroponics tray. That's the kit, right? It can build two things. It can build the tray and the device. The Agri-Zero hydroponics tray is the ideal vessel for growing a range of plant life. It must be supplied with water using a pipe network and sufficient light to generate photosynthesis. It can be automated using a Harvey. You know, Harveys that are these claws that hang from the ceiling, and you can tell them plant some seeds in there or rip the plant out, and it has input and output, so you can automate your greenhouse completely, which I have never done so far. That would also be interesting to do, which I actually want to do with my Australian playthrough. But anyway, whatever. Plants change, you know, they grow. So that's this thing, and you can put them next to each other. This one, plom, 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 and they are effectively a pipe. So over here, where the mouse is, you plop down some canister holder and the water canister, and then a water pipe, and then begins the first tray. Dum 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 dum. Tray, 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 and a 10-liter bottle can basically fuel almost an entire greenhouse. It's not too large. But the hydroponics device needs a space in between. It needs to be connected or distanced with a pipe, like all devices, you know? All devices in the game, see for example the active vent or the volume pump with which you can pump gases or liquids. they need to be attached to a pipe. You cannot stick that directly, for example, to the to the furnace. No, first you need a pipe. Same for this dude. The Agri-Zero hydroponics device is the ideal vessel for growing a range of plant life. It must be supplied with water using a pipe network and sufficient light to generate photo. It can be automated using the Harvey. Note that unlike this hydroponics tray, these cannot be placed consecutively as they are considered devices. But motherfucker, I said that. Why would you write that? I said that already. They do, however, allow data interrogation for logic systems. Aha! So how far does this go then? Can we just make our light decision based upon direct reading of the stress? I mean, that would be something, wouldn't it? Pressure, ratio, volatiles, steam. No, these are the logic values of the device itself. There's more. We have the logic slots. And so we can see, for example, I don't know why it has 2 slots. I don't know why that is. Are they explained here somewhere? Slotty. Yeah. Oh, fertilizer. Interesting. There's a fertilizer slot. Where, pray tell, would that be? Possibly in the same slot, effectively. But anyway, so we would then check plant slot 0. And what can we check? We can check if there's something in there. We can check what type of thing is in there. How many are in there, usually 0 or 1. How damaged they are. The efficiency, the growth efficiency. Now this doesn't tell us whether the light should be on or off. Health is the consequence of... Health is the opposite of damage. You know, damage is like 10% and health is then 90%. Growth is the current state, and that depends on which plant it is. If it is potato, then it has like 4 growth states. Another plant might have 6 growth states, so yeah. Class, I don't know what that's good for. Returns interrepresentative class of object. I guess they have a new system in here that seems new to me, where they say, okay, this is a plant, and that is a plant, and that is a plant. So all of these are of class plants. Even though their type, the occupant hash, would be different because it's a different kind of thing, they are in principle the same kind of thing, the same group. I think that's what that means. Max quantity, yeah, that's the same as for the arc furnace. You can see, oh, this maximum 50, okay, and currently it's 30. So we can say 30 divided by 50, that's how full this is. Mature. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if this is one when there are fruits or if this is one when there are seeds. Returns 1 if the plant in the slot is mature. Oh, great. What does mature mean, motherfucker? That's my question. So prefab hash... what's the difference here? I guess prefab hash is the type, and occupant hash might be the objective ID of you know, every object in the world has its own counter, its own database ID. Seeding. Seeding, I think, would mean there are now seeds on the thing. So we could check mature and say, oh, it's mature, but is it seeding? Or we could check only for seeding and then do stuff, whatever. But can we check its stress? No, we cannot. Is there more in regards to hydroponics that could possibly be of use? Various plants. Peace lily. What does this do? A fetching lily with greater resistance to cold temperatures. Mean grow temperature 0. Maximum 50. Okay, that's quite tolerant. Thermogenic plant creator. Oh, right. Okay, this doesn't really exist here. It's only for the creative mode, which I have never played. Actually, okay, full disclosure, I was on some servers to play with other people sometimes, and one of them, there was a lone player who was playing on their own, gaming on their own server, on their own, you know, and then I joined in, and I watched for like 20 minutes, and then I left, and there was a creative game. So I know, I don't play creative. What would this thing do? It is not described. Inhaled gases, carbon dioxide, exhaled oxygen, not too much, I guess. Okay, I don't know what this does. Let's ignore. Soybean, very important for soy oil, which is used for many recipes, for the advanced foods, you know, which, for example, canned food. Tropical lily, what does that do? an anthurium evolved in the jungles of South America, which will tolerate higher temperature than most plants. Min 20, max 60. Condoleezza. Rice grows at a moderate rate as long as it's supplied with plenty of water. Being more dependent on water, rice plants can easily die during periods of drought. Is this a food plant then just? Okay. Nutrition 3. Potato. Nutrition 10. Alien mushroom. What does this do? It's not described. And inhaled gases. Nitrous oxide. Now that is alien. Hey wait, I can play a Zrillion, which breathes in volatiles and breathes out nitrous oxide. This dude breathes in nitrous oxide and breathes out oxygen and nitrogen. So in other words, me breathing out nitrous oxide plus this plant equals fuel. With my volatiles, I mean. Switchgrass. Breathes in carbon dioxide, breathes out oxygen. 8 moles per hour. Compare that to potatoes. Oh, same amount. Okay, I don't know what this is then. But here we have the endothermic plant creative, which I believe is for cooling. Creative? Oh shit, I thought you could actually get that from a trader. Anyway, there's Darga Fern and Fern. Darga Fern, let's compare. Fern breathes in carbon dioxide and out oxygen. 17.3, 17.3. Darga Fern, carbon dioxide, oxygen. 61.2, 61.2. This thing though we don't have, we would have to get a trader who sells this to us, but this is one of the bigger traders. You have to have a large radio dish, possibly even a hangar with this flooded with oxygen or whatever gas they need to breathe. Yeah, not easy to get. What am I doing here? Well, I'm looking for plant stuffs. For example, here we have the portable hydroponics, which we're already using. The device we have already studied. And the tray. There's the planter. A small planter for decorative or hydroponic purposes. Can be connected to water or watered manually using a water bottle or liquid canister water. So that thing is like when you have a large station and there's some pathways that cross, in the middle there's some benches, in the middle of those there could be this thing. Yeah. But let's look at the hydroponic station. Does it possibly allow us to understand the plants? Here are the logic values. Temperature, carbon dioxide, combustion, the standard stuff. See here, ratio, that's just a mixer, so you can easily summarize all of those. Then we have the slots. Occupied, occupant hash, damage, sorting. No, it's the same thing. So we cannot find out if a plant is under illumination stress. There is no way to do that. Okay, that does feel missing, man. Hopefully they think of that at some point. So we have to use a timer solution. I want this. I mean, this is a thing. Hey, wait. I have an idea. It's a rather simple idea, and that fits me because I'm a simple mind. The days now have 5 times the length, right? Well, that's a clear division. That's a clear way to divide that. Oh, why is the stupid frames per second counter up? I was tampering with the with these here. Yeah, I can just say we turn the light on and off depending on the angle of the sun, like before. Except these are now different angles. Wait, it's not that easy. Because the angle is like a sinus curve, you know, it will stay for a while at 0%, 0 degrees and stay for a while at 180 degrees, but it will haste through 90 in both directions. So yeah, while that is a nice idea, is not quite easy to pull off. I could just do some measurements and then say, okay, from this to that, but all of that doesn't satisfy me. There must be a better solution. First, let's find out how quickly these dudes are discharged, because I'm curious. Stopwatch. Hello? I hate screenshots. So, reset. And... No, that was... Okay, let's start over. Wrong hand. That's what she said. So, let's see how long this lasts. 80... What the fuck? Oh, that is quick. "18 seconds. What in the hell am I doing? If I want to use 18 seconds as my foundation, as my counter, for example, basically, then why am I not using 1 second and then just use a sleep statement or count up a register or whatever? I could put a clock in here, man, and this clock could then be reset, readjusted whenever the sun is at 0 degrees. You know, that's possible. You know what? That's what we do. We create a clock. And that clock is for us, but we will also use the clock for the plants. That's the right choice. Okay. Time is an important thing. That's why I also can't fathom, really, that's once again a complaint in the direction of mankind, which is you dudes, right? How people can put an article on the internet when they, particularly if they have some phrasings like, yeah, well, recently, or soon, or, you know, time-related stuff. Right, this thing needs to be on. And no, we did not lose the resources. It didn't produce that completely and then it evaporated. No, I measured this as the nap. So a time-related article which doesn't have a fucking date, man. See, realize, please, that a date is a reference to the entirety of the cosmos. It contains that entire thing in a string of like 10 numbers, like a 2024, which is the year, minus 05, minus 01, which is this day, it's the 1st of May. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. That's 10 digits. This describes basically the entirety of the cosmos. Of course, it is only a reference. It's not actually a description. But when you find that date, you can use other sources of data, and then you find out what the situation is. A date is the most potent piece of information that you can put into anything. That's why I put a date when I write notes down in everything. All the time. Every time. Every fucking time. Anything else is just bonkers. And that's normal for mankind. I know. I'd like that to change. Or even I'd like to change that. But I'm not that megalomaniac yet. Where would that clock then be? Well, I'm not sure. This is like our first manufacturing corner. And I think it shouldn't be... Should it be here? It should be where the plants will be. Well, we can move this later. Let's not make such a fuss about this.
Filter low.
Oh, crowbar. Careful. Careful, careful where you point that. Careful where you point that. Is this recording? Yep, it's recording. I wanted to be sure. So, let display large. This shall be the clock. And we don't need a clock this large, but it shall be this large. And now what? How do we get the cable there? Wrong position, whatever. That's what she said. This shall be our clock. I am for using a dedicated chip for this one, which is another 50 watts down the tubes. We can see here that we're doing okay power-wise, but let's make 2 more upright wind turbines for good measure. Just, you know, slowly scaling it up, feeling the pain of having to do that every once in a while slightly, instead of like going to hell entirely. Or whatever. I don't know if we need another frame out there. If so, I will put one. If not, I won't actually. And steel frames. I would prefer iron frames for this. Because I have already put iron frames out there. I know it is stupid. But that's me. Of course, there would be wasted electricity and also processing time if I turn this dude off. So it's annoying that I have to do this all the time, right? It would be cool if this would turn on automatically. So let's do that. It should turn on and off automatically. I mean, how many auto lathes, how many electronic printers will I have on the current cable network? I will just use all of them. But the stacker does need its name. Hey, wait. Oh, no. The way it is placed now, the logic cable cannot be... Wait, let's verify that. Oh, there's only one connector. Power and dead. Yeah, glorious. Okay, then we can do that. Nicey. Why did I take the steel sheets? Cause you're stupid. How do you know that? I mean, yeah, but how? How? Well, you must be intelligent then. No, it's not a matter of intelligence. See, that's about being informed. Intelligence. Okay. Apparently I don't need them. So how many can I put still here? 1, 2. So I can now print 4 more wind turbines and I wouldn't have to do the thing, you know? Putting down more boxes. Power critical, huh? Why is the light not on, if I may ask? Wait a minute, why is the light not on? Something's not right. Can they be turned on? They can be turned on. Why are they not on? I must have fucked up the programming. This annoys me. I was so sure. So let's just say I would just say the inner door is open. Electrics, export. Oh right, I get it. Yeah. The problem is that somehow the... Oh, right, I separated that out. Right, man, that would have been a mining run. No. Oh, and shit, I need the tracker. Fuck! Yeah, that's the thing. This is now a separate network. This goes in here. The airlock is separate from everything like it should be. So that, you know, so that it powers itself with this little buffer here and nothing else is being... Oh. Right. This should then be in a different... Yeah. We need to change some things around here. And that's fun. You know, shouldn't... I mean, I don't know how it is for you. But, the idea is not to take that as an annoyance. But, crap. This is annoying. These two racks here, they are in the way of this. I mean, I didn't need them yet, but they were a nice thing to have. Crap. Where is that? What the fuck's happening? Where's that thing gone? It's not inside. I don't get it. Nothing to smell. Where's that battery thing? What the fuck is happening, man? Did it just destroy that into nothingness? And can we make the airlock faster? Well, I can put some more stuff on this wall, so then the main duration pumpy thingy, which is pumping back into here, where there's high gas pressure as opposed to here, could be a large powered vent. I don't know what happened there, man. I have to make the new battery charger, I guess. Yeah, and now we can actually do this. I can press double C, then it puts that there, okay. You can also double click, and then then it also puts that there. But I'm stupid. I could just do this, and then this would make sense. And I want this anyway. Okay, plop. Okay. I have to really work a bit on my user interface using skills. So that was not a mistake. It was just cabled up stupidly. So I would have to mirror this. We would need yet another logic mirror. But first, let's fix the charger situation. And thus fix this situation here. Sadly, I like those. Crowbar, okay. Charger. Or just put it horizontally then. Hey, wait, if I put it horizontally... Huh. Oh, blissful day. If only I'd know which connection is the connection. But I think it was this one. Yep, you see the thing just turned on. So that is now on the main battery network, which is better. Close that up again, and now we need to mirror that, but I'm thinking about recabling some things in here anyway, so I'm thinking about putting the airlock thing in the ground. I want to put that in the ground, you know? Yeah. But how are the pipes? Doing 10,000 things at once instead of presenting how the awesome that Stationeers is. Not doing as a service, I know. So up there can be a pipe, but not on the side. But I mean, we will use the airlock every once in a while, and so I like that to be a faster one. And if we can make one, then I'd like to. So, powered vent, which is the same thing basically as the active vent. Oh, we don't have electrum, we need gold for that, and silver, we don't have any gold anymore, damn it, damn it, damn it, crap and shit. So, where do I get the electrum then? There's 10 grams of electrum in here. Did I really use up 25 grams of electrum when I made that, when I made the advanced furnace? $15. Oh, then I should have 10 still. Weird. So I need 2 of these dudes, because I want to make a large powered vent, which once again takes 2 kits. Okay, let's move some stuff around in here. This, for example, goes into the ground. Like all the people. Or is there an alternative? I would be cool if there were one. No, I'm not trying to be ominous. I'm being ominous. So, where is this? Bep. Well, this might still be appropriate. Actually, I wonder, what happens if this thing is not cabled up? Will the airlock cycle or not? Currently it does cycle. But does it cycle when the thing is not connected at all? I mean, it shouldn't, but I never found out, so... Aha. No, then it's just some stupid standard doors. Groovy. Yeah, let's clean some stuff up. So, one of the... Could I put the gas sensor on the floor somewhere? This is occupied, this is occupied. This is occupied, everything is occupied. It's actually less occupied if the doors are... If one door is here and one door is here. But then one of them has to be a smaller one, as in the... What's the word? Composite door. These ones, they go a bit outwards when they open, so that's where you can place a cable. But if I place a composite door here, that will work, even together with this one, and then the placement of devices on the ground turns out differently, you know? Yeah, so where would I put the gas sensor if not up there? Because I'm currently pondering, can I put a large powered vent here, a large powered vent there, therefore making the airlock fucking fast? But I don't see a way to place the gas sensor right now. I do see a way to place the gas sensor right now. I don't have the resources though to actually make this happen, but I can prepare it, and that's good. Oh. Okay, this was stupid, because now the airlock is broken and cannot be fixed. I mean, I have to print a new board. And these two are still wired up. I mean, the thing is now, it's currently just insane. I can connect the gas sensor again, but that won't help. Because now it's a new gas sensor. See, the old one is still selected, and I cannot deselect it. And there's no way to fix that, which is completely bonkers. But I mean, it's not intentional. They had to make some concessions, and this is old shit that will eventually be replaced. There's this trick: you can use the screwdriver on the thing, but it doesn't do anything. So this doesn't do anything. Let's see if something has changed. Okay, did they fix that? Hello, motherfuckers. Cannot interact as it's currently locked. Okay. Exterior? Outer, inner. Yep. It can be fixed now. God damn it, they fixed it. I mean, I have done that with the screwdriver dozens of times. Never worked. This is the first time that it ever worked. So maybe it was just a coincidence, but maybe we're lucky and this is now fixed for good. Well, it doesn't change the situation. I need to move the gas sensor. But this time I will just beep, unannounce it, unassign it, and then yeah. Problem solved.
Hydration critical.
I need to drink something. Behold, for the gas sensor will now occur. Yeah, little downside, if I replace both these vents with the large powered vents, they don't have a disk slot. Wherever will I keep my disk? Do I have to carry it then like a peasant? Huh. I think I should put the large powered vent up there, because if I put it here, then there will be no space to line to get a cable up there. I mean, okay. Let's get the large powered vent. Which is really large if you look at it, because it's the entire wall. And yeah, this dude is fast. And it's not just fast for this little block here, but if there would be several blocks, it would suck all of them empty instantly, all of them together. That's the big difference. It doesn't wait for the boxes to talk to each other. Hey, I have some pressure. Do you want it? Oh yeah, I'm currently a bit out of pressure. Could you give me some? Yeah, it's no problem. Here's your pressure. Instead, it would just, oh, what's that? It's a large part. No, everybody's empty. That's what this is. Yeah. Which vent direction shall this then be? The one that goes to the indoors. And then I would have to use a pipe. It's a bit tricky to work with the airlock while needing the airlock, right? Unsure how to do this. But there's only one solution, and I don't know yet what it is. As long as I don't dismantle the devices themselves, I should be fine regarding the airlock configuration. Of course, the airlock doesn't work right now. Rule of thumb from above, then it works. Turn this on. It will. What? So, okay. Oh, doesn't it work? Where are your pumps offline? Whatever will you do? Yeah, well, I have to pipe them up again now. Fix it, else I will lose one box of air, because that's what happens when I click cancel the pressurize now. What? What is happening? Wait, huh? Fuck! Why did this happen, man? I must say, we just lost some air here. Okay. Unassign the two motherfuckers. Outer vent, inner vent. And move the cables. It's not what I wanted to do today. You know what? And here we go again. Done. Toggle airlock. Done. Remember how long that took? Almost 10 seconds or whatever? And now it's like, done. And now we could also, if we had the resources, which we don't have, put a copy of this dude on this wall. And the cables, well, I would have to guide them around that then. That's doable, it's doable. And then we would have the turbo speed in both directions. But this is fast. And this is bearable. So it's an improvement. I just detached the logic from this lamp and turned it on again because I figured that by now the plants should be kind of thirsty for light. Let's see. Light deficient. Yep, indeed. The message says going down now. Wherever that happened before the deficiency was gone is only known by the developers and those who managed to read their source code, which many people in the forums actually do. Yep, it's amazing. I mean, the Stationeers community is really high class. High class. That's why you find them on Discord instead of the rather teabaggy Steam forum, where the tone is different. Yep. So, where were we between all these 10,000 topics? I don't remember. Okay, for example, this dude should turn off and on with this dude. That would be something... Woman, I don't dislike you, but shut up. Thank you. So, this dude needs a name. This one is called Stack Fern, and this one is called Stack... Electronics printer. And I don't know which type it is. Is it the inverted type? Do we still have some lines of code left here? Right, I need to connect the... I need a logic mirror so they can relate to the door's current state. Because they're on a different logic network. But first the stacker. You know what's peace of mind? When you realize there's a positive circumstance, for example this track playing now that I changed from the other track that I found annoying, and I like this track. When you realize, oh, this is a fortunate circumstance, and when you feel you deserve it. That is peace. So, stacker, elpri. Stack elpri. Wait, what? Oh, no. Not quite. Where are the stackers themselves? Here we go. Structure stacker reverse, and I'm not sure, but I think that's indeed the one that is standing at the electronics printer. Stacker elpri. Okay, this guy is on this side from left to right, and this guy too also. Yeah, same type. Okay, that's useful. Then let's do the thing. So there are several things that we have to do. First, we load into R0 or whatever whether on of the, yeah, I don't know, structure electronics printer, I would assume, I don't know, rarely do that. And then I would just say SBN to the class stacker reverse, that it shall be on in relation. This is not the answer if it works, but it's the beginning. Export. Aha, it's off. Nice. Nice, nicey nice. But what if we now produce a cable, or 2 or 3 or 4? And then it just turns off. There's still stuff in there that we can't get out now. Particularly, what the fuck? I wanna dance with somebody. So what we need to do is we need to not just turn the dude off. We need to first check if there's something in there. While something is in there, it should just excrete that. And if there's not something in there, then not. So let's see what the stackers... Oh, that's not right. Stack reverse. The logic values are... Oh, they're both just stacker. Shouldn't one of them be reverse? You can see here the arrow points to the right, but I think the logic values are exactly the same as only for, you know, geometry. So, what do we want to know? We want to know the logic slot. Logic slots. Is something therein? I don't know which slot that would be, so let's see. Are they named? Yes, import, export, and export. Why the fuck are there 2 export slots? Can someone fucking tell me? We know that something's inside of the thing now. We have our debug value that we can use for this. Let's see if that is so. SDB setting 1, 2, 3. Confirm export. Yep. So let's load from the dude here into, I don't know, R1 for example, and not just that, but slot. And we want to load from slot 0 occupied. And since it's once again the batch command, we need to say sum or whatever. And then I just want to see that value. Thank you. 0? No. The import slot is empty. Let's see what about slot 2, the second export slot. Export. 1. Aha, interesting. And what about the other export slot? 0. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I will just use this then, which is apparently correct. And if there is something in there, let's see. Let's just say what is supposed to happen in the special circumstance. The special circumstances will be... Reset, okay. Will be that we cause the thing to excrete its... whatever it has in there. Error, setting, clear memory, output. Output. Can I write the output thing or whatever? I don't know. So that's the thing that I have to first find out. So, load batch start electronics pens are on. Okay, we can ignore that. And I would just say it is on. So, and then we say export or whatever that is. Was it output? I'd forgotten. Output, yeah. Export is not outputting, even though it has some cables in there. So that was not the right move. Would it be activate? Activate sounds good. Export. Alrighty. So that's the trick. Then the rest is a bit of typing and logic. We have all the research. Pause, pause. So under these special circumstances, what it shall do, it shall activate And since we already have this on statement here based upon R0, I will just modulate R0 here, move R0 1. So under these special circumstances, the stacker should definitely be on, and we say activate 1. I'm not sure if the order of events works. Since I do not know that, and I want to be clear about this, I will just branch basically. I will do the okay, if it is not occupied, branch equals 0 relative, branch relative equals 0, branch relative equals 0. So if occupied is 0, then I don't know where exactly, but if it is not 0, if it is occupied, then we want to make sure that the dude is on, and we want to activate. And then I will just jump, geht das auch? Oh, is that possible? Relative jump to line. So it is not a conditional jump, like this one, but it is an unconditional jump. So I can just jump relatively. This is the same instruction as here, only without what the term is, you know? So I will just jump 3 lines. Let's see. There is nothing in the slot. If the slot is equal to 0, we just jump 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we're here. And it will just write whatever on or off value needs to be in there based upon what the printer has. But if it is occupied, so it's not equal to 0, what we will execute is these lines. This will be turn the dude on, activate, and then hop over this line where it turns that possibly off. This is maybe not the most elegant solution, but it should get the job done. Case in point, on, cables, 1, 2. Okay, that's a bit weird. I think it just excretes that every time. That's a mistake. That's wrong. That's not the way it should be. Which kind of voids the purpose of the stacker, doesn't it? So there was a little mistake here. So basically what we have to find out is this thing on or is this thing off? If it is on, then it is on, and we don't care. Basically, we don't care. Branch equal to 0 R0. Branch equal to 0 R0. L3 stacker is off. So this whole relative branchy thing is a bit too iffy for my taste in this moment. If equal to 0, then the thing is off, and then special circumstances arise. We're checking if stacker is off. That's man. I hate it when I make mistakes. I mean, you work your whole life on creating and honing skills and so forth, but then stupid mistakes all the time. That's a malfunction. It's the brain. Are my brain cells soft? What the fuck's happening? So let's see what this does. It loads whether the electronics printer is on. If equal to 0, then it is off. Then we go here. And then we load whether the stacker is occupied. If equal to 0, if it is not occupied, then we jump 1, 2, 3, 4 lines and turn the dude off. If it is occupied, then it's not equal to 0. Then we execute this, we turn it on. We activate and we jump, well, we jump to L3 is done. Then we only have one relative jump here. So that's what happens. Let's summarize again. If the printer is on equal to 0 is off. If it's on, then we just turn it on and then we're done. Period. That's nothing we care about, nothing else. If it's off though, things get complicated. I think we have covered it. Yep. And this can be closed. Aha! It works. So now this thing will conveniently be on whenever we need it, and whenever we turn this dude off, it will also be off, but it will first spit out whatever it has. Nice. Okay, where were we? This was one of the things I wanted to do. The lights need to be connected again with a logic mirror because they're currently eating battery as fuck. What's the state? 63% is fine. I need to eat. What about poorly towards seating? That doesn't look good. What's happening? Probably too much light exposure. Neither. What's happening? Growth efficiency. Min ideal, max ideal, current 22. That's fine. Pressure efficiency. Illumination says 270. It's going down right now. I am not sure what's happening. Is this going down? Yeah. What could have happened is that they have now like run through their phase where they would have liked darkness, and this kicked in the illumination stress because there was no darkness. Now that they have kind of suffered through that, they no longer need the darkness. Now we're in the normal life situation, and I don't know. It's just, actually I should do some science on the plants at some point. That I don't know, this is kind of not so good. I mean, I've played for so long. I mean, I'm still calling it a game, but I don't like to call it a fucking game, man. So, logic mirror for the door. I will only logic mirror one door, so the nice convenience that I talked about earlier will no longer be there. We will just react to one door and then we have to flip the bit. Where is the logic mirror? Logic mirror, logic mirror, logic... Yeah, we need to print... Or do we have another one here? Logic switch, logic... Oh, that's the one. Logic mirror. And where will we put that? Not too lucky with the music, huh? So from this cable network, I want to pipe into another cable network. If I put this here on the wall, I cannot put the vent there later. This is on the... this might work, though it will look like crap. But that's normal, I guess. I mean, I have seen stations that I can only dream of, where people put so much work in it with underground cable tunnels that are walkable, and then they have rooms where there are lots and tons of chip on the walls. And I mean, I see 10 chips, assembly programming chips, not the logic chips, which are usually, of course, many more. I've seen that, and I think, god damn it, I'm such an amateur, and I fucking am. That is so. That's just true. I want to get better, but I am also not too crafty, it appears. I am not too what's the word? Well, I like sugar on my pizza, basically. Metaphorically, I don't actually put sugar on them. There is already sugar on there, I guess. See, I crave the novelty experience. If there would be another world in Stationeers that I haven't yet played, I would make a video about that tomorrow. Which reminds me, I still have to play Venus. Man, I still fear that fucking planet. I mean, it would probably be easy on easy. For me, I would probably manage that, but on hard? I have already put the first playthrough video of that, and I kind of managed, but still, I don't feel like going there. I don't know why. This is still the one thing in Stationeers that I haven't yet done. Hey, look at that. Sun is out. Soon we will have a long day.
Hydration critical.
Okay, the logic mirror goes here. Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous that I will hang the logic mirror's power directly from basically from my entire power storage here. But what will I do? There's no other space here for the cable, and it's not bad. It's not a problem. I mean, who cares about those few watts? So the input is now from that logic network, and this now needs to go somehow into this general central logic network. Hey, wait. Ah, damn. You're kidding me. Okay, we have a fast airlock now. And why am I not opening my helmet? Because I don't have the advanced furnace yet, with which I could make the advanced alloys, with which I could make the hard suit, which has a chip slot, which I could program so that this happens automatically. This is even something I have done before, so... At least one time, I mean. Which is not too many times. This is one case where I do need to rotate manually. Else that won't work out. Okay, now I have to assign Mr. Do to the right thingy, which is the active vent, the console, the door inner, the door outer, or the gas sensor, or the powered vent large. Let's go with the outer door, because that's classically what I do. Cycle to... Wait, I'm trying to... No, okay, whatever. I just reconsidered once more. So, door inner is now selected. It's important to distinguish that. The tooltip after all shows two things, door inner and door outer. Door inner is the selected one. So now we have that. It's a bit crampy here, isn't it? Yeah, the plants are being raped by our stupid lighting situation here, and I haven't yet found a solution. I don't have an idea yet. I mean, I have some ideas, but not the ones that satisfy me. I don't want to put up just a chip that has sleep or like 5000 or whatever that would be, turns it on, turns it off again, because, I mean, I want to time that back. Right, let's make a proper clock here. However that will then be. However that will then fucking happen. Logic mirror, right. I don't even remember how that works with logic mirror. I believe I have to refer to the type, logic mirror, and then I have to refer to the, you know, the load batch name. That's what I mean. Good thing we have our displays here somewhere. Logic mirror, there it is. CLS, LM, and that's then the type logic mirror. And then we have the battery. So how do we refer to that? Where is it? Here we go, logic mirror. So I refer to the type logic mirror, but then just to the name of the device that I want to deal with. It's It's ridiculous that this works. And why am I even doing this? I mean, I only need to refer to the logic mirror itself. No, wait, that's wrong. Wait, huh? This is confusing. Here's the one. LM led bet. So I'm referring to the logic mirror entirely, regarding its type and regarding its name. So I have to open that fucking floor again. Shit. Okay, so that will be the logic mirror CLS LED, no, not LED, CLS airlock. I swear, what's with the music today? A cursed day, and they do happen. Let's take something completely else. I dig. Damn it. Man, I wish these fucking tools had numbers. I press 1, I get the crowbar. I press 2, but no, this is not the case. I mean, beginners in Stationeers have such a large hurdle to overcome. Oh, this interface, and I understand that. But this really makes it unnecessarily hard. Swapping all these tools in and out all the fucking time. Man. And so, now I need to read that door value via that logic mirror. It's unclean here, I know. I don't care. It's not for now. Here we go. And the door inner is what I assigned, and therefore I have just lost lines. Have I not? No, almost not. So load badge named.
Power low.
In a airlock. Huh? Oh, that is stupid. What the fuck am I doing? Where is the door? Logic type, open, sum. Okay, that should be it. Hypothetically. I mean, not entirely. It's not the entire solution, but at least we can now... No, we can't. I have to utilize the value derived. Here I'm saying move R01. That must go. Export. Okay, that works again. What just happened? So, what is... I mean, the overpressurization door just opened. I don't get it, man. Yeah, maybe that happened because this dude is so fast in pumping the air here, then it spreads out more than before, so it couldn't equalize as much as before, and whatever. It doesn't matter. So, load badge named from the logic mirror whether the inner door is open. And if the inner door is open, then all the A lights, the ones that I really want to have on, they shall be on. Then I'm loading from the daylight sensor whether there's going to be sun shining on the thing. If that is not so, we skip. Else, we make sure that the value R0 is 0. I will create a backup of this value, or rather, while we're at it, write EQ R2 R0. Yeah, that was wrong. I should have used the target first. So, if R0, the airlock door inner, is not open, if this is 0, if that is equal to 0, then the result of this evaluation will be 1. So there will be a 1 here. If the door is open, then this is a 1. Is 1 equal to 0? No, it's not. So the outcome is 0. So this will flip the bit. So R2 will be the exact inverse of R0. And here we're overwriting R0 to control the light B, the ones that should not be always on. And here I'm loading into R0 the outer door, which is not mirrored, but I don't need that anymore, which would then, you can just use R2. So this will turn the night light on and it will turn the beacon on. Export. Does it though? It does. So beacon is off, night light is off, alrighty. That has been reinstated, nice. So, still that problem with the plant lights. In other words, let's create a clock, which I've never done before, so I will look probably pretty stupid creating it. Let's make another chip for that. Housing, for which we need electrum, which we don't have. Oh no, okay. By the IC10, huh? That will need electrum. Oh, there's still electrum in here. Didn't I see earlier that there wasn't? Let's not think about it. Where will I put the clock? Here, maybe. Is there still room? There is. Maybe, Not sure. Yeah, give me that. I want that. Oh, there's a cable here. Nice. That makes it a needless cable. Cool, cool, cool. Sometimes I just can't stop myself. So, that thing shall be the clock. Ah. Getting there. Wait, I will need this now. I guess I should leave that open, because I will probably have to do some debugging. Wonder, I should use a roll cover here. Yeah, that would make sense. Let's do that. I mean, those dudes exist for a reason, and this is one of those reasons. So, the decision seems reasonable. Door. The clown this morning was Stacy. Oh, how do I teach these kids? Reach these kids. Damn. This seems like a conundrum. How wide is this? Same width here, so, that's a bit annoying, but okay, I think it's workable. Spray paint. Aha. Now the unnecessary lights are off, but the necessary lights are on, so that whole stuff works again. And this needs to be on again, alrighty. Because someone farted in my drink. So, what do we do with the clock? How shall this work? It would be good if the thing could like readjust itself, and if it could readjust itself multiple times. As in, for example, let's say it's 90 degrees, then we either have morning or we have evening. I mean, maybe it doesn't make sense really to calculate in 24 hours, and maybe that's indeed stupid. Maybe I should just say a whole day is 1, half a day is 0.5. That seems reasonable. What's the composition, by the way? I mean, not the music, the air composition. Let's turn that off. I think that has been on for long enough.
Through salad, spreading love and peace through music.
Soma FM. Lots of CO2, temperature is fine. Actually a bit low if you think about it. Ah, fuck. Massive Attack, Metzer 9, Angel. If that isn't a copyright, then I don't know what. But maybe they allow it. We will see. Otherwise I have to mute the song once I upload this track. This video. I suspect this will be one of those. Clock. So something tells me that will be a copyright problem. So let's just not go there. This definitely, yeah. Damn it. Okay, so how would I implement the clock then? This thing should address the clock thingy here on the wall. So that should then be LED clock. That would be the first step. Write some crap on this thing. Now we have 3. Clock. Okay, well, let's see here. I will say export. And then we edit this. And delete everything that we don't need. That we don't need. A diode slide, a glass door, grow light, long white, whatever, hash, tralala, night light, daylight sensor. Oh, the daylight sensor would be interesting. Fuck my life. Okay, let's go in here. Copy that. And do some work in the external editor. If there is one, there is one. So we don't need the structure battery, not the diode slide, not the glass door. The grow light, we don't need. The light long white, no. The data sensor, yes. Logic mirror, no. Airlock door. Wind turbine cable analyzer, proximity sensor, stacker reverse, spiker. None of that is needed. Okay, that should be good enough. Of course, there's no bug. So, the large LED. Large LED, what is its true name? Click. That's its true name. LED clock. Yeah, let's do that. Just write the vertical day sensor stuff there. See what happens. Okay, this is the vertical angle of the sun in the color blue. I don't want that blue, I want that white. At least now we know that that blue is 0. Does this thing have sinus and cosinus? Because that's the answer here, man. It's pretty straightforward. I need pi, or rather tau. Ugh. I would have to turn this 180 degrees thing into... so do we have pi here? Is pi as a constant? Does it exist? Diff R0 is should be the target, and R0 I want to divide by pi. Oh, pi exists. Let's see if that does something. Export. Well, that was not the answer, I would say. What was it? How did you transform that again? Damn it. How did this work? Shamefully, I don't remember. So, let's look this up online. Convert degrees to radians. Aha. To convert from degrees, which is what we have here, to radians, multiply the number of degrees by pi divided by 180. So we have to multiply by pi and then divide by 180. So these are the radians, which is a number that you spit into a sinus, for example, and then... Wait, am I thinking this in the opposite direction? Yes, I am. Of course. Wait, okay, let's see. If I understand this correctly, then this should be... I don't know, actually. I guess we have to be a bit hackish about this. So I will say orbital timescale shall not be 0.6, but shall be 1. I expected something more drastic. Why isn't this thing moving, man? I mean, now it's moving. Okay. Was just not fast enough. Okay, then let's say 10. Hit me, baby. Sun is now on the horizon. We are reaching the value 2. It's increasing further. Sun's coming up again, and eventually, of course, we reach 0, because 0 degrees is 0 degrees. Multiplication, division, 0. Sure. Yeah, I have my formulas mixed up, the direction. Normally I have a value from 0 to 1, which expresses the rotation angle, then I convert that into degrees or whatever, or radians, into radians, and then I use sinus and cosinus to calculate distances and draw a circle and such. Yeah, okay, but this time it's the other way around, and I don't know what that is, arctangents or something. Which I don't actually know. That sucks. Why don't I know this? Not lucky with the music. Okay, that's probably, I mean, seriously, this is probably stupid. I mean, most people might need that with a, know that with a high school education, which I supposedly have. But it's long ago and then I wasn't good at math. But if I can turn, of course, a number from 0 to 1, which I then convert to radians, if I can convert those radians into, using the sinus into some kind of pendulum effect that accelerates and slows down, which is what that does then there should be a way to invert that, to get back basically the original value, or maybe not the original value, because you might have, the sign might be lost or something, but something like that should be possible, and there's probably a function for that, and I just don't know that stupid function. Therefore, I cannot do this right now. What I should do then instead is I should use these key points of 0 and 180 and 90 to adjust the clock. So so when I see the 0, I can adjust my clock, because it's currently noon. I can say the day counter is at 0.5. You know, like 12 o'clock, 0.5, half the day, 24 hours. Half of that's 12, and so, yeah, noon, 0.5. And when it reaches 180, that is certainly then 0, that is midnight. Or, I mean, it's 1 or 0, it's the same. So it's then 0. How can I, and at 90 though, when I reach 90, then it could be in the morning or it could be in the evening. That can be derived by knowing what the previous value was, 180 or 0. For that though, you have to wait for that. And if that time hasn't yet been, if the computer doesn't know that yet because it hasn't yet met that moment in time, it needs to actually explicitly know, okay, I don't know yet, so we can't use this as orientation to adjust the clock. But okay, kinda clear what I want to do now. Edit, pause. So not the spy crap, doesn't help at all. Alias, time shall be R15. Okay, the value 0 and the value 180 will never be reliably reached. We're talking about floating point values here. I can, of course, just go and say I round the motherfucker, and that might be the way to go. This will, of course, be a slightly misadjustment of the clock, but that's not so bad. I mean, it can't be that precise. So it will be off by 3 seconds, who cares? So it's just say round, R0, R0, round will go to the next integer. And since we have degrees here, that is fine. Therefore now we can compare explicitly with 0 and with 180 and such. That does work. So let's see. BEQ or branch relative not equal to 0, funny enough, R0, 2. If we are at 0, then move time 0.5. High noon. Not equal to 0, then skip. Else it is exactly noon, because 0 is noon. Now we can do the same thing with 180. and I just want to see the time on my display. Branch if not equal to 180 2 on, and midnight, that's midnight. And later, if I don't like this 0 to 1 scale, I can just say, okay, multiply it by 24, show me the number. That's, you know, but first I need some kind of information. And the best way to represent an information from 0 to full is from 0 to 1. So now I'd like to also adjust when it's 90. Branch if equal to 90, deal with dawn, dusk. And can this actually be done as a subroutine? Yes, it can be done as a subroutine. Great, great, great. So then we'll just continue back to this place and don't have to wander. So this is now 90 degrees. The question is, well, which 90 degrees is it? Is it dawn or is it dusk? So let's just say Elias' last key time was R14. 1 midnight. Or 1, well, noon, because that's the first one I checked, you know. Midnight. It's a bit arbitrary, and the music sucks again. I don't know. Today I'm not lucky, and that sucks. I want to be lucky. I demand to be lucky. It doesn't make sense. It does in my case, motherfucker. So, Elias' last key time was R14, noon, midnight. So, here we realize that the rounded degrees, the vertical angle of the angle is exactly 0. Not equal to 0, then we skip. But if you don't skip, then this is the case. So now we can say last key time was noon. We know that. And up here, I would say we... Up here, I explicitly initialize that with 0, as in we don't know. Any value but 1 or 2 is an I don't know value. So, midnight, when the vertical angle is, the rounded one, is not equal to 180, we skip 3 lines. 1, 2, 3. And if it is equal, then we don't skip that and we say our time is currently midnight and the last key time is midnight. Down here we can evaluate the key time information if that is available. So let's see. Branch if not equal, also if last key time was not equal to 1, then we jump by 2 lines. And what is 1? 1 is noon. So this means the last thing that we have seen was noon, but now we have 90 degrees. This implies that the situation is dusk. Move time 0.75, because 0.9999 is a few seconds before midnight. And we are now after noon. Here the same in different. So, if the last key time was not equal...
Chilled tunes that beat the heat. Soma FM 102.3.
Hi. Welcome to Mr. Rose's neighborhood. I'd like to talk to you about your neighbors. Get to know your neighbors. Become friends with your neighbors. They're very nice people. They can look out for you. Okay?
Are we done now?
Can you say neighbor? I knew you could.
So branch if not equal, if last key time was not equal to 2, and 2 is midnight. I don't dislike this music, but it's disturbing for what I'm doing here. Not lucky with the music today. So if... let's verify. I'm loading the vertical value. I'm rounding it into the same register. I'm saying if it's not equal to 0, I skip 1, 2, 3. And 0 means high noon. Move time 0.5, this is the half day, you know, half the day, high noon. And move last key time was noon, 1. If it is not equal to 180, register R15, R14, okay, R0. If it is not equal to 180, then skip 1, 2, 3 lines. Else, we are currently at midnight and the last key time was midnight, 2. And if it's branch equal to 90, if it is equal to 90, then jump, but first store the current location so that we can return from the subroutine into this place. Could just do, we can put a label here, but you know, it's clean enough. Deal with dawn dusk. Now here I check branch if not equal, if last key time was not equal to 1. 1 is noon. If it was not equal to noon, we skip here. It was equal to noon, and we have 90, then it must be after noon. That is 0.75. So if the last key time is not equal to 2, which is midnight, then we skip this. But if it was midnight, then what we have now, the 90, must be dawn, so 0.5. So what we should now see on the clock is something rather boring, but at least it will be 23? How is that 23 on this display now? This is just hilarious that there's just some random 23 occurring that doesn't go away. Man, that reminds me of 22 years ago when I was seeing funny things on the clock. Anyway, so what the fuck's happening here? Okay, that works. So how does this value arrive in the register time? Maybe we should initialize time with the value. That would make sense. Move time 0. 0, okay. And then let's advance the speed a bit. For some reason, nothing is happening to the time. I don't understand that. Therefore, to analyze, I will say... showtime. Yeah, showtime. Well, it had to be at some point, man. Be glad. It's a good thing. So, this goes here. No, this doesn't. Goes here. In the end, it will all be well. So now we just load the value, we round it, and we move it into the time register, and we hopefully show it. It's happening very slowly. Okay, let's... Oh, I see what the problem is. The time was moving so fast that we did not actually touch the 90 itself. How we got to 23 is a mystery to me, but that's the reason why why this didn't kick. Because, you know, the program wasn't running at light speed, but the sun was rotating ridiculously, so the 90 was never touched. The sun will normally move very slowly, so that should actually be working. other words, we should maybe reinstate what we had. No, that was wrong. This, that, and this. 0, alright. What's the actual time? We will at some point reach 180. Currently is moving very fast, but we are about to reach the peak or trough of the sinus curve, and then it will slow down, of course. Get slower and slower. But where did that 23 come from? Let's again check where the time value is written. Here, time. Move time this value. Move time that value. It's the only places in which that is written, man. No idea. I don't know. Mystery. That's cool when the 23 pops up, or 42, just like that, like, hello, I'm here. So, what is this? Oh? It's going down again already? Did it not hit the 180? That is, I don't understand, man. What am I doing wrong? Yeah, it's not easy to debug because the event occurs rarely, and if I want the event to occur more, then it doesn't, because then just skip that time. So for some reason the 180 didn't take place? And let's just keep it running, analyze further. 90 will be hit soon, with high speed. Then we can also see if it runs through the 90 too quickly, or if it hits that actually. Hey, what am I saying? It ran through the 180. What is 180? 180 is midnight, that's 0, motherfucker. This number here, the 0 now, might be a different 0 from what we saw a minute ago. Batteries are not too well. Okay, we just hit 90, but for whatever reason, this thing is still 0. Why? I mean, we have seen that this value is being read. We have seen the degrees here on the display. That did work. What's my mistake, man? Okay, so we round this here. We have seen that the number that emerges here is meaningful. Branch relative, if not equal to 0, are 0 by 3. 1, 2, 3. Branch relative, if not equal to O. But this means that what I just said about the 1 0 being a different 0 from before isn't true, because then I would have realized we had midnight, and then this down here would have worked when we reached the 90. Fuck, man, it's hard to debug. Stupid, man. Relative not equal are 0, 183. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's just let it run. See if something happens. At some point we're gonna reach noon, right? So what are the plants doing? Oh man. Potato seeds. And we have 2 fern. Not bad, considering how much we raped those fucking plants. Did I actually miss noon? And it's not showing open. I don't understand. I mean, is it not equal to branch? If not branch relative, if not equal, R0 180. Sometimes though it is equal. Branch not equal to 0, R0 3. Sometimes it's equal to 0 though, and then it would be 0.5. At least there's this. It's of course 0 now, because I just restarted that whole thing. So 90 can't do anything, because it doesn't have any information. What to do with the 90? Iron. How much do I want? 100? I don't need that much, no. Yeah, that should have been together. That didn't work. Oh, I think I realized what's happening. It doesn't go down to 180. I thought it always went down to... I know that the sun doesn't actually move to the exact opposite. Yeah, that's clear. But my experience so far told me that it will always reach 180. I guess I must have misinterpreted. That's what the problem is. The value doesn't actually go there. So what I have to find is I have to find the extremes. When does it stop? When does it stop rising? The value. When does it start falling? That's not too hard to do, but I have to do it, of course. Yeah, apparently it doesn't even reach 0. It slows down, it slows down, it slows down. Yeah, see, now it's going up again. That's the mistake. I have to find the extreme points and not 0 and 180. For whatever reason, I thought that 0 and 180 is the key. Oh, it's always there. Well, mistaken and misinformed, for I said that quite a few times, didn't I? Shit. I'm sorry. My lungs are still damaged after all this time. Good thing I soon have a pill. Driving towards fruiting. Okay, so I found out what my blunder was. Maybe I can fix that stupid shit. This should also make sure that it doesn't matter how fast the sun moves, for we're not relying on it to hit exactly 180 or 90 or whatever. We just have to realize when it stops rising or starts falling. So we only need the current value and the previous value, the difference between the two, and make sure, find out if it's positive or is it 0 or negative. Or if it's negative or it's 0 or positive. Whatever we choose doesn't really matter, but we have to make the choice. Okay. Interestingly, we will have the same problem again here with the... but no, I can just initialize the sensor value, the previous value, with the current sensor measurement. Yeah, I should actually go greater and for less. And should ignore 0. I mean 0 difference. That should just be ignored. Yeah, that's a good thing. So we want to derive I mean, you could go for -1, but I will just make a logic statement out of this one. So now we need the previous time, alias previous angle, 12. And I will initialize the previous angle. Move. Sun is... How long is the fucking video? 3 hours of pure, perfect, golden internet. No. Is the rising 0? Move. Previous angle. Not move. I want to initialize that with this value. So then we will calculate the difference between this angle and the previous angle and we'll realize there's no difference, but that's better than having some kind of arbitrary number and making a statement that's complete bullshit. So, previous angle. First I want to move. I guess I should be more thorough. Current angle. Current angle 11, and we initialize the current angle with this. Then we say move previous angle. Previous angle shall become what current angle so far was, and then we load the angle into the current angle. We load into the current angle, and then we derive the difference. Sub into R0, current angle, previous angle. So let's say the current angle is 0 degrees, as in it's high noon. And before this it was 90. Oh fuck me. No, that's alright. This would have been dawn or dusk. Yeah, but I mean the point is currently it's 0. And before that, it was 90. I know it will not be 90, it will rather be 1 or 2. But I want to be extreme to have... it's easy to think, hypothetically. But now I'm picking 90 and I'm behaving like an idiot once more. So, if it was before if it was 90 before, and now it is 0, then before it was... What am I overlooking? Let's say 90... 89, 88, 87, 86, that's the sun rising. And then 86, 87, 88, that means the sun is setting. So it was 90 before, now it's 0, it is rising. Very simple. Maybe I should just, derive whether it's rising or not, and then write that on the thing and see if we get the proper value for debugging. And this goes away. So. Huh. Do I know whether the sun is rising? If the value is equal, then I don't know if the sun is rising or not. Maybe I should really turn this into... I don't like this, but okay. I mean, it's really not clear in my mind what the fuck I have to do, so... Let's say... sun... set... -1, set... undefined... rise. So it's undefined. We don't know. Branch equal to 0 and not equal to 0. If not equal to 0, then we skip, else we say we don't know if it's rising or setting. So not branch relative. Branch relative not equal to 0. If R0 is not equal to 0, then we jump over here. But if it is equal to 0, then that's the case. Actually, I can use a select statement for this, right? No, I need a logic statement first. Okay, branch if... branch if less than 0. Branch if less than 0. Okay, I have a better idea. We just assume that we don't know. That's the first assumption. By means of exclusion. Okay, exclusion principle. Branch relative less than 0. If dude. Man, this video sucks, actually. I mean, it has its entertainment value, but it was supposed to be, hey dude, get Stationeers, super awesome. And I'm sitting here trying to crack something that's fucking boring. For others. I mean, I like it. So branch relative less than 0. Branch relative if less than 0. If R0 is less than 0, what does this mean? The current angle is, for example, 0 degrees. The previous angle was 90 degrees. I'm subtracting a 90 from 0, which means that it's negative. As in the sun is currently rising. So let's flip that. Let's say previous angle was 90, current angle is 0. That's a positive value. Oh. Oh, less than or equal is what you have to do. If branch relative if less than or equal to 0, 2, else this is the case. Damn. Move sun, rise or set 1. Why? Because previous angle was 90, current angle is 0. So the sun is certainly rising. We had dawn and now we have 0. So it's a positive number. Branch relative less than or equal to 0. But 90 is not less than or equal to 0. Branch is 90 is greater than 0. So it will then not skip this and will express the sun is rising. And now the opposite. Branch if greater than or equal to 0. Also if also. So we have let's say we have again we currently have noon, which is not 0, I know, but that's, you know, to have numbers. So we subtract from 90 a 0 and we get the 90, which is a positive number. a branch relative greater than or equal to 0 is greater than 0, definitely. Then we skip this. But what if we have the opposite? What if the current angle is 90 and it's in the evening, you know, and the previous angle was 0, so then we're subtracting 90 from 0, which is a negative number. So it is not equal to 0 and it's not greater from 0. So the sun is currently moving towards midnight. So now we have the information sunrise or sunset. And I want to find out if that is actually so, therefore we will do this stuff again. Actually, what am I doing? Move time R0? No. Move time sunrise or sunset. That's what I mean. So sun is currently rising, is that so? Yep. Let's see if that actually works. And I will have another sip of my delicious sparkly mineral water, which is what I drink, because I care about myself. I don't like milk. So accelerating, or it's still fast, now it's decelerating, of course, and less and less, and we'll reach like 38 or something, and then it will say, ah, you know what, fuck 0, I just moved back. Well, then now we know theoretically, if this works out, that the sun is rising or setting. But what we actually need to know is the difference. Okay, now it should flip to 0. Yep, now it's flipping. I mean to -1. Okay, now the sun is going towards midnight. It is setting. Okay, so we have that information. Now, though, we have to measure the difference between the previous and the current sun rising and sun setting value, so that we know that we have gone through the extremes. This is completely stupid, man. I wonder, is it necessarily symmetrical? I mean, if the sun goes down to, let's see, 90 minus 37 is how far it went, is amount of 53. If I add 90 plus 53, or if I add, if 90 plus 53, 143. Will the sun go to exactly 143? So basically to the same extreme and then stop and return? If so, then we can still use the 90 concept when we come across it, because the 90 still means dawn or dusk. I can't believe that we actually have a storm. So 143 is the value that it should reach, and then it should say, ah, fuck it, it's dark enough, I'm gonna come back. But that's not the case. At all. Actually, yeah, almost. Sea is rising again, so that kinda works. I think we're close enough to that. I think we could just use the 90. I mean, of course, this is not scientific. I'm just using one example, and this is the conclusion. This is not really thorough, but whatever. So we could use the 90 angle. So now we have to find out when does this value change from -1 to 1, or from 1 to -1. If it changes to 0, then we cannot evaluate that. But if it is 1 or -1, then we can evaluate that. We need the previous value of that. This can probably all be done so much easier. How many watts are currently coming in? 7,000 or whatever? 9,000 watts. Hello, baby. And what's with the solar panel? Well, it's in the process of dying. I mean, what do you expect? It's out in the storm. This can probably be done really in an easier way, but can't think of one right now. I don't want to take the time to think and lean back, and because kind of, I don't know, I'm currently recording a video. However stupid it has become, I can't now sit back. I can maybe pause the video and think about it, but I don't know. I rarely do that. So previous. Now I would want to. Here we have sunrise or sunset, and now we have sunrise or sunset previous. The value will definitely be written, we know that already, therefore we can now save the current value to the previous value, before we then write the current value. But what should the value so far be? Move sunrise or sunset 0? Aha, okay, that is meaningful, that is good. Now we have the difference. Now I have to evaluate whether we have an extreme point. Let's do that here. And I'm gonna be stupid about it, because I don't know any better. Branch if equal to 0, start. As in, if previous or the current one are making a non-statement, then I just want to not think any further. It's just me saying whatever. So fuck it, you know. But since they now both have a value which can only be 1 or -1, now I have to find out, is there a difference? If there is no difference, then we don't have an extreme point. But if there's a difference... Maybe I should do it differently. Extreme point. Do we have an extreme? Alias extreme. R9. -1, midnight. 0, undefined. 1, noon. It's actually more clear if I don't put the equals characters here, because they are visually distracting, and yet another thing that you have to read. This makes clear what the fuck is meant. And then we say this, which is probably irrelevant. No, it's irrelevant. So I will now say derive extreme. Derive extreme. And here we'll say move extreme 0. We assume first that there's no extreme. That's the thing that I would have done up here. It will be done every time, so not a problem. Well, I basically only have to subtract one from the other, right? And that is then my extreme. Wait, this seems completely simple. Dude, wait. Subtract into extreme. No, I have to do the thing that I already did. Here, that needs to go down here. And of course differently, I know. So first we assume extreme is 0, And if these two are meaningless, then just jump back to wherever we came from. Otherwise, we derive extreme by doing this or the other. Okay, let's see. If the sun is currently rising, then this is 1. And if the sun then suddenly decides, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna set now. So we okay, sunset previous is 1 because it's rising, but now it's falling. Now it's setting. So we're subtracting from the current value, which is -1, a 1, which makes that -2. -1 minus 1 is -2. Is that the right approach? Should I not add them together? No. Wait, if this is -1 and this is -1, then it will be 0. It's the Vulcan. I want to automate my manufacturing refillings all over again, isn't it? Sunrise or set. Sunrise or set previous. Meine Fresse. So, sun is currently rising. It's currently setting. That's -1. And before it was rising. So -1. -1 is -2. Or let's say before it was setting and now we are passing midnight. And now it is rising. Must it always be annoying is my question. So midnight, we're passing midnight. So before it was -1. And now though, it is 1 because we're rising. We're subtracting -1 from 1. So that results in 2. 1 minus -1, 1 plus 1 is 2. And the other direction was -1 minus 1 is -2. So funny enough, this makes sure, basically I have to say diff, and then we have the extreme. It's hilarious. Move extreme. Oh, that was wrong, no. We should. Did you just see the extreme? -1. So, we just had the extreme -1, as in, it is now taking the direction on -1. It's now going towards that. Maybe I should flip the two. Because I think the extreme that we're looking for is either noon or midnight, and -1 for noon and 1 for midnight seems like upside down, man. La la la. Okay, now we should see for a short moment, for one game tick, no matter how fast the sun moves, because the processor doesn't move faster or slower, we should see now a 1. In a few seconds there should be a 1. And 1. Okay, we have the extreme point detection, so we have solved that 180 and so forth problem. I should though flip this extreme stuff here. I should flip the extreme. Alrighty. So now we can move that out of the way again. And then we can say... Okay. What do we have to do? Also, high noon is when this value is 1 or -1. If 1 if extreme is not equal to 1, then we want to skip 1, 2, 3 nines. We want to skip 1, 2, we want to skip to here. Else we want to say, okay, it is noon, haha. And we can also remember what the key time was, because that logic is still the same as before. And here we do the opposite. We're saying extreme -1. If branch relative extreme is -1, if it's not equal to -1, then we jump down here, 1, 2, 3. But if it is -1, then we're currently at midnight, and we move the time clock, the clock to 0, and we say the last key time was that. But the 90 deal with dawn and dusk. Does that make sense? Well, what is R0? Okay, we can't do that. I will instead take the current angle and say move R0 current angle round R0 R0, and now we should actually have this full clock thing that I was trying to do 10 hours ago. I'm not sure though, maybe I have not yet put the right whatever. Yeah, it's the 90 degrees, but it couldn't yet know because it hadn't yet met the extreme point. Will this work? Will this work? What should we get now? We should get 0.5. In a few seconds there should be 0.5, and should stay until we have 90, and then it should become 0.75. 0.5, okay. So much has been achieved. Now, once we reach 90, that should become 0.75, for we now know what was before this 90. Actually, this before 90 and so forth thing that I'm doing there is kind of stupid. Because the only thing I need to care about is the value increasing or is it decreasing? 0.5 still, shit. So something didn't work. I mean, I know if the previous value was higher or lower. That's what I need to know. If the previous value was lower, then this 90 must be dusk. Wait. Yes. If the value was higher, as in closer to 180, then this must be dawn. Instead of doing this stupid previous extreme point memory bullshit shit thing. And why doesn't this work? I don't know. So let's just look for the other approach instead. At least that works, where the 0.75 hasn't worked. I don't know why. I'm curious though, I wanna see that. Let's wait another cycle. And 0.5 very soon, once we have 37 or so. Up. Yep. 0.5. So the clock would be set if it were counting by itself, which it's not yet. And once it reaches 90, will this work or not? And yeah, I mean, the concept seems to work because the 0.25 came, but the other did not. I don't know. Last key time was 2. Last key time was 2. Move current angle. Move other current angle round. Check for 90. That works. Then deal with dawn and dusk. Move extreme. No, wrong. Deal with dawn and dusk. Branch if not equal. Branch relative if not equal. Last key time was 1. Blip, blip. Branch if not equal. Last key time was 2. Blip, blip. For whatever reason, the 5 worked, but this one did not. I don't understand that at all. But instead of doing this key time crap, we can just check the current versus previous angle and see if it's negative or positive. Sunrise or sunset. That is exactly that value. So, branch if not equal, sunrise or sunset, -1, 2. If it is not sunrise or sunset, wait, if sunrise or sunset is not -1, -1 being set, let me skip over this. And if it's not equal to this, which is sunrise, then we skip over this. Okay, and this key thing can then be removed. Where is it? Last key time was... Blip, 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 blip. Okay. Last key time was... 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. This should work. I mean, I thought so before, but alright. Now everything is reset. I changed registers, I restarted the software, whatever. So it should now reach midnight, the key point, and then it should set the clock to, interestingly, 0, which is completely uninteresting to us. Maybe I should have initialized the clock with a different value than 0. For example, -1, which is a very validly an invalid value. So we reached midnight. Now we should get the value at 0.25. Yes, the morning thingy works. Does the noon thingy work still? I would assume so, but does the evening thing work, which so far it didn't, for whatever stupid reason? Or doesn't it? .5. Now on towards 0. Whatever the fuck. 0.75 once we reach 90, please. Please work this time. And yes, okay. Okay, so we now have hypothetically an automatically setting clock. The clock though needs to count in a reasonable speed, which will then be readjusted every time. And once we have a clock that's kind of working, we can start using that for the grow light. And 0. Okay, that's working. Congratulations. Save.
Waste tank caution.
So let's set that back to 0.06. 0.06, which is 5 times slower, which means it's 100 minutes. And here we are waiting half a second, hypothetically. And so, let's do some math. 100 minutes. Because 20 minutes is a day, but currently we're doing 5 times that, so that's 5 times 20 is 100. 100 minutes times 60, that's 6,000 seconds, but times 2 is 12,000 seconds. In other words, what's 1 divided by 12,000, because that's the value that we want to add each time, and that's, yeah, let's see if that works then. Define increment as this, and here we say add time excuse me, okay, that doesn't exist, alright. Yeah, I thought that maybe time is the thing. That would have been awesome. Yeah, that's stupid. So let's make sure that it doesn't look like that. I would say the first thing that we do for displaying, we multiply the value by 100 so we get some kind of percentage-ish feeling. Not that we need one, but I don't want to keep it in the realm of decimal places. And the best way then to not have it there is to multiply it by 100, because we're used to dealing with percentages. So can I, when I'm calling show time, is R0 free? Yes, it is. So move R0 time, multiply R0, R0 100. Actually, more, round R0, R0 and diff R0, R0 100, 1000. See, 2 are legitimate, and then 1, 2, 3 is what I should push further because I want to round to 3 decimal places, and then we show here R0. Export. So this is of course not correct. But we have to ignore that for now. There's basically no choice. Solar angle is 100. So I don't even know what it will be afterwards. Is the sun rising? Is the sun setting? No one knows. Everything is slowed down. Okay, let's turn these dudes on again. My feeling tells me it is time. Oh, 99. So we're moving towards 90. That's very good, because then the clock can be set to 0.25 very soon. Now let's take a short break. Haha, I forgot to set the... what's the word? To pause the simulation while I was absent. Oh, okay. Interesting. It will just keep setting that to 25 until it is out of range because of the rounding, which was pretty brutal. I mean, the implementation is really rough. Also, I think there's even a bug in there because, I mean, currently it's deriving. Let's go through this shit again. So it adds some time, yeah, if with an extremely funny incremental value. So, and then we're remembering sunrise or sunset previews, or rather the current one. And then we go to derive the current one. So we derive the previous angle, the current angle, and then we load the vertical value into the current angle. We subtract the two, and then we check. Sunrise or sunset will be set to 0. If it is less than blah blah blah, then this, or if then blah blah blah, this. So what could happen hypothetically is that we have the situation that it reaches, for example, 37.1638577 degrees. And that could be the extreme point. And maybe, for whatever weird reason, the next game tick will have that same number. You know, that's not impossible. And then we would have this situation here, move sunrise or sunset 0. And the previous one was probably -1 or 1. It's unlikely that there would be 0 2 times in a row. But anyway, then we want to derive the extremes. And the deriving of the extremes works like this: sunrise or sunset previous and sunset or sunset. We're saying if one of them is equal to 0, then fuck off, don't do anything. Maybe that's not wise. I mean, maybe we should also be able to deal with a 0 here. And technically we can. I mean, currently we're checking if it's -1 or 1. But maybe we should check whether it's negative or positive. Which is quite different, you know? I mean, I don't want to restart this dude now, you know? Though, I could just set an initial value and then that would be it. That should be working. Or shouldn't it? There are more of there. So many parameters in this thing. Maybe do something else, huh? Okay, we have plopped down some more generators. This is fine, but I think we had a storm that I completely ignored while I was thinking about that stupid problem. Not much wind coming in right now. Wind speed is low. Yeah, this timing thing here, funny idea, but I mean, good to know, right? Gain some knowledge. Seriously? While I was drilling that, the battery died. Hilarious. Oh. Maybe I should go mining. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of day to mine. Just recharged all my batteries. Would be a good opportunity. Could get rid of some stuff that's on me. Are both of these things empty? Yes, they are. So, to add to the boredom of this video, I will now go mining. And I'm sorry that this is this way, but sometimes it is this way. Too bad, you're gonna find out afterwards. I should put that in the description that this video is fucking boring. Why do we upload it then? I don't know. Ask little Ralphie. I think I should exchange some, basically all of my batteries with... Hey wait, what's this? Oh yeah, I just wanted to check if the lamp was on or off. With the large ones. And then I can swap them all in for my own, in case things go awry. Which will of course take steel and gold. But we're about to go mining, so that's a miner. $10 copper, we need more copper here. In this bish. Give me 100 please. Wait, that's 500. I need 100, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, I really have to get used to this thing, but it's working, you know. I mean, I've never worked like this, so no surprise that I'm not yet used to it. Wait, what? 50? What is happening? Oh, do you see that? I don't know what happened here, but the... Yeah, another battery, please. And another one. Okay. Then we still have some gold reserves. Oh, yeah, some indeed. So what's the clock saying? 33? And what's the sun saying? 66. What's the most important ones? Mine, of course, yep. This one has already been swapped. Ah, let's use this one, whatever. So, to reiterate, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all of them, yep. All of them are big and all of them are full. Then we have the tablet, of course. Which is not yet one of those. And now it is. Okay. Oh, oxygen. Oh. That would have been awkward. And waste tank also.
Air tank critical.
That should be enough for a while. And let's go mining. And with the resources gathered here, the next episode, episode 5, which will hopefully be less stupid, boring and cussy, although I personally don't give a fuck, but I mean, see, there was a lot this time, I know. And I don't know why I'm like that. And I also don't care. Why should I? I will hopefully then deal with the advanced furnace. So that we can make the advanced alloy, the heavy spacesuit, and all the other beautiful things that can be done with that. Oh, I did want to deal with phase change this time, didn't I? But the clock ate so much time, dude. Well, it's still on the agenda. Not for today, though. That's too much. How long is this vid so far? 4 hours, man. So, the episode 2 thing, episode 3 is already done, is up on YouTube, but it's not yet published. Because episode 2 I just switched to live about like 4 hours ago. See, I had up, episode 2 is 6 hours long. Fucking long. And, so I uploaded it and then YouTube started crunching it, but it said from the get-go, I have no clue how long this will take. So there wasn't even the usual estimation, which is usually wrong for a large video, where it will then say, it takes longer, unexpected. No, it's not unexpected, it's just longer. And then eventually it will, though, be crunched after a day or so. And this time, I waited an extra day and it didn't work. And so I said, you know what, let's just upload this again. And so I did over the course of this day, I mean, the last 12 hours or so. And then YouTube started crunching it, and then suddenly it was done. After an hour at the most. And what I believe is that it realized, I already know this file. It has the same size, it has the same name, let's just compare the bytes. It has the same bytes? Huh. Well, then do I have the result here somewhere? Oh, I have the result here somewhere. See, the display that was telling me that the result wasn't yet done was possibly mistaken. Somehow this whole communication or state flow was broken, but the file was done, is what I guess. And then of course I deleted the other one, and now it's live here. It's a bit weird. And you know, after it was then live and worked, the first version, the first upload of the episode 2, it was still crunching that. Still, yeah. What happens if I double click here? Nothing, okay. Where am I? I don't care. I have my tracker thingy. And lots of full batteries. Everything's fine. Oh, my filters are not too high, but high enough, not a problem. Should I take some of this? Not sure. Well, eventually I will certainly have a fuel tank from which I will fill the advanced furnace, because stuffing oxide in there by hand, which I can, that's ridiculous. And of course it's also not necessary for the normal furnace, because the normal one also has this fuel intake kind of thing. And what you have to put in there doesn't even have to be fuel, it just has to be hot enough. Heat is the problem. So I hope that tomorrow, as in half an hour when I go to bed, then 8 hours later or so, I will continue with that trailer thing that I made, that I'm in the process of making for Stationeers. It's the first such thing that I do. See, there is, okay, what's the name again? A few seconds and then I will have the answer. Yeah, DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve is a video program, quite sophisticated, supposedly also used by Hollywood and such, which costs tons of money. Well, I mean 300 something euros or so, or there's possibly even other versions of it, but there's even a free version. And I downloaded that, and that's really sophisticated thing. And so that's what I have been using in the last 2 days or so. Not that I'm gonna edit this one, I'm not gonna start add titles and such. See, the thing is, this video is currently being recorded and compressed live by Ops Studio, and otherwise it would have about 10 times the size. So instead of being about 50 gigabytes in size, it would be 500 gigabytes. Nope, no thanks. So to edit stuff uncompressed, that doesn't fly for me, not for a long video. Yeah, and admittedly the footage recorded for the trailer is also compressed. So I hope that the overall losses will not stack up too highly. But anyway, a video 50 gigabytes so many hours. I wouldn't want to push that through that rendering engine. Nope. Did I say 50 hours? 50 gigabytes. What was that? Wonder what the clock is saying. Too bad we can't transmit numbers or text or such things to our current location. But okay, it's the way it is then. I don't want to use it as a mining backpack. I want to be able to fly. And I also want to make sure that anything and everything that's in there is already at 50. A full stack. Would be nice if we would find some gold or something else valuable. I mean, iron is fine, but I have iron. It's interesting the thought, I mean I'm gonna go home, just want to check something out. It's interesting the thought that I could have brought with me a frame, an iron sheet, I mean I have the welder, and an area power controller, and then for example a daylight sensor. So I could just in the field plop something down in a minute and take some measurements. I like the thought of having small outposts. Problem is, where would you put them? Like here, you will never come here again. It's unlikely, at least. So, oh, the station. Look at that. No, I will ignore this. I want to go home and see what the clock says. Okay, sunlight angle is 40 degrees, and if the sun is still going up, as in next value will be 39, if so, then the clock would be kind of on the money, because 0.5 is noon. So it's in 50, 50 is noon. Solar angle 40. But what is the next solar angle? Oh, 39, so yeah, still on track. Good. I should be here though when it hits that point. As opposed to the 90 degrees angle, which is a bit dumb, stupid implemented. Hitting this adjustment point of the extreme should be only one moment and then done. Maybe I should put the grow light on. Ha! See? Okay, I want to do something wicked awesome. It has to happen. Wonder if this thing still works after all the things that I accidentally tossed in there. Apparently it does. 46, 38, alright. So, let's print the advanced tablet. Tablet. What? Oh, I thought the tablet is a tool. After all, it fits in a tool slot. $38.47. Interesting. Well, it was adjusted at in the morning. What's happening? Right. And so maybe it will count rather precisely. Who knows? I mean, it's looking promising. Tablet needs gold and steel. Yeah. Let's do 100. I feel bold. Where the fuck did that land? Oh. How is that even a thing, man? I wonder, should I change the programming of this thing so that the moment it has tossed one thing out, it will toss out the entire rest instead of part of it? Because that's what I'm always doing, isn't it? Oh, whatever will happen if I... Oh, I realized that my furnace thing is kind of... Oh, I need a switch here. Okay. Steel... Steel... 100. What is happening? Oh, right. This is not the trigger, but this is the trigger. Yeah, that was 500, yeah. Yeah, if I want to furnace something and I want to get my nice 500 stacks out of this dude, yeah, obviously there needs to be some alteration. Do we have a logic switch here? Yep, we do. Do I want a logic switch though? I do. Something like that. Huh. Well, it's saying 51. I guess I missed the point, or maybe the point has not yet occurred and the clock is counting too quickly, which can easily be. I don't know. If the next value that I see here is 39, then we just missed that slot. That point in time. Damn. Yeah, logic mirror, please. Actually, logic transmitter, yeah, that's what I meant. Logic transmitter. 39, aha. So the number is increasing, so there was actually this clock setting effect. I just don't know by how much that was then adjusted. Which is of course something we could find out. I could add that to the source code, and the last such adjustment offset would then be written to the housing, and it could come back home and just check that out. But I don't feel like it. I'm kind of reaching my I want to go to bed point. So logic transmitter, where would I place the dude? There's no more room anywhere. Ceiling then. That's the input connection for logic transmitter, data connection, and input, same shit, different opening. So let's see with which devices this transmitter could potentially connect. Advanced tablet, that's the only one. Okay. So this logic transmitter can now talk to the advanced tablet. I could now use the chip locally here to do something with the advanced tablet. For example, I could go and say, whenever I turn this thing to previous to the other thingy, to the other, wait, I have to open this here. Whenever I change to a different module, then the light shall be on. So I could go out there mining and think, oh damn, I need to turn the plant light on. Wait, click, and then it turns on. That's what you can do. And you even have 2 bits. I mean, I would use this one because I have an Atmos analyzer and the tracker. I need both of them, so that's not useful here. But in principle, I could print another one of these and then use it purely for remote control. And I have an on value, and I have which one is selected here. So I have 4 different values: on off with previous, on off with next. That's 4 values. Yeah, too bad I missed that point. Anyway, I think it has been enough for today. And so I bid you good farewell, and I hope that not every video will be as burdeny as this one. See you around, hopefully. Or else...